Chapter 1663. The green-robed man knew very well that Yi Xian would never be able to grow if he followed him. Only Yi Xian could surpass him in the future. Otherwise, with his protection, Yi Xian would always be a child. Arya sighed softly. What's a pity? The green-robed man looked at Arya. What's a pity? Arya said seriously. If little Xuanzi were with us, it would be fun. Lil Bai kept nodding. She liked Yi Xian too. He was to her liking. They were on the same side. The green-robed man was speechless. If these three little fellows teamed up, would there still be peace in this world? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. At this moment, Yi Xian could already overlap 50 sword-drawing techniques. Under his crazy cultivation, his physical body had also been greatly improved. His physical strength was much stronger than before. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he felt that his right arm was filled with endless power. Right now, he could easily kill a deity-exterminating realm powerhouse. He could even kill a half-step-will realm powerhouse. 50 overlap sword-drawing techniques could really destroy heaven and earth. However, there was a drawback. After using this sword, he could not use a second sword. With this sword, it was either you die or I die. After resting for a while, Yi Xian was about to cultivate again. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly said, "There's no need." Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. The green-robed man smiled and said, "You have now reached the limit of your physical body. Although you can still improve by cultivating, the effect is minimal." Yi Xian blinked. "Is it over?" The green-robed man shook his head. "Just started." As he spoke, he looked at Arya. "Give me some blood." Arya glanced at Yi Xian. She hesitated for a moment, and then pointed with her fingers. A drop of blood fell in front of Yi Xian. Arya's blood. The green-robed man was a little helpless. "Give me more." Arya blinked. "That hurts." The green-robed man smiled and said, "No need for too much." Arya thought for a moment, and then bit her fingertip. Soon, blood gushed out from her fingertip. The green-robed man waved his right hand, and the blood floated in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Eat it." Yi Xian asked, "Do you want to help me strengthen my body?" The green-robed man nodded. "Your current physical body is not strong enough. If you want to overlap 100 sword-drawing techniques, you have to become stronger." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why didn't you strengthen my body first?" The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. "If I had strengthened your physical body from the start, then you wouldn't have been able to break through the limits of your physical body. Right now, you have already reached the limit of your physical body. If you break through the limit of your physical body now, then you will have an unexpected harvest." Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but the green-robed man suddenly said, "What's with all this nonsense?" As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers, and Arya's blood directly entered Yi Xian's throat. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's body directly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. It was not his power, but the power of Arya's blood. The green-robed man gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder with his right hand, and that power was directly suppressed. The green-robed man said, "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I feel that there is a fire burning in my body." The green-robed man nodded. "Don't suppress it. Let it continue to burn. This is the power of Arya's blood. It can temper your body." Yi Xian said, "It's very uncomfortable." The green-robed man smiled and said, "How can it not be uncomfortable to cultivate the physical body? Just bear with it." Yi Xian nodded. He found that under the burning of Arya's blood, his body was gradually changing. As time passed, a faint blood-red flame appeared on Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's face also became a little twisted. Pain. He felt that Arya's blood was corroding his body, from the inside out. However, he still forced himself to bear with it. "I can't embarrass myself in front of this bastard of a father." The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "How do you feel now?" Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, "I'm fine." The green-robed man's mouth slightly curled up. "That's good." As he said, he took out a white jade bottle. Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. "This is?" The green-robed man smiled and said, This is some good stuff that I specially found for you. Come, open your mouth. Yixian hesitated and then said, Why don't we slow down first? The green-robed man laughed and scolded, Slow your ass. Eat it. As he said, he pinched Yixian's mouth with one hand and held the white jade bottle with the other hand. He aimed it at Yixian's mouth and poured some black flames suddenly into Yixian's body. Boom. In an instant, Yixian's eyes opened wide. Ah! At this moment, Yixian felt that he was going to die on the spot. His body was being annihilated inch by inch. Yixian couldn't help but say, Damn, Dad, are you trying to kill me? Annihilation. This was no joke. When he saw this scene, the green-robed man placed his right hand lightly on Yixian's shoulder. Boom. Something in Yixian's body seemed to be suppressed, and his body started to return to normal. However, there was another black flame on his body. Pain. At this moment, Yixian was in extreme pain. Although his body was not being annihilated, the burning pain still existed. This was even more terrifying than death. It was truly a life worse than death. The green-robed man smiled and said, Is it very painful? If you can't stand it, then cry out. I won't laugh at you. Yixian was speechless. The green-robed man smiled and then said seriously, This is an extraterrestrial spiritual fire, a very powerful fire. It can temper your body. Not only can it greatly improve your physical body, but with it in your body, your physique will also become a pure spiritual fire body, which means you will be invulnerable to all fires. Anyway, so far, I haven't seen anything more powerful than this fire. In the future, it will be one with you. Endure it. Yixian took a deep breath. Although it was worse than death, he had to endure it. He couldn't let this cheap dad laugh at him. The green-robed man retreated to the side and looked at Yixian with a faint smile on his face. Arya suddenly said, Brother Yang, can I say something that you might not like to hear? The green-robed man glanced at Arya. What do you want to say? Arya blinked. Why do you have a different attitude towards Nianxue and little Xuanzi? Nianxue. Naturally, it was young Nianxue. In other words, she was Yixian's sister. However, she was not here now. Arya suddenly asked, Is little Xuanzi really not your biological son? The green-robed man glanced at Arya. You're not allowed to eat Tonghulu for 5 days. Arya's expression froze. She slapped herself and muttered, Who asked you to ask blindly? Time passed bit by bit. Slowly, Yixian felt that his body was no longer in so much pain. It should be said that he was slowly getting used to the burning pain. During this period, Little White would also use purple gas to help Yixian recover his physical body from time to time. A month later, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. He got up and clenched his right hand. Boom. With this clench, the entire world became illusory. Power. Yixian took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt endless power. The green-robed man smiled and said, How do you feel? Yixian said in a deep voice, Very powerful. Yixian suddenly looked at Arya. Give him a punch. Arya walked in front of Yixian, blinked, and then punched Yixian's abdomen. Boom. Yixian directly retreated thousands of meters away. The space where he passed was annihilated. When he landed on the ground, the space within thousands of meters collapsed and was annihilated with him as the center. However, he was fine. His physical body had forcefully withstood Arya's punch. Yixian found it hard to believe. He did not expect his physical defense to be so abnormal. How terrifying was Arya's strength. It could be said that if Arya used her full strength, it would be easy for her to destroy the world with a punch. But he was actually fine after taking a punch from her. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled and said, Try the sword-drawing technique. Yixian nodded. He opened his palm and a sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. It was the green-robed man's sword. His sword could not withstand his current strength. Yixian turned and looked into the distance. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi. A wisp of sword energy suddenly broke through the air. Boom. In an instant, the entire world began to shatter. 96 sword-drawing techniques. Yixian looked at the shattered world in front of him and was dumbfounded. 96 sword-drawing techniques. Had he become so strong? The green-robed man said softly. This sword of yours is enough to destroy the time dimension. However, it is only the time dimension of ordinary people. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. There are different types of time dimension? The green-robed man smiled and said, the stronger the person, the stronger his time dimension. Do you understand? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Dad, do you also have a time dimension? The green-robed man smiled and said, nonsense. Everyone has their own time dimension. Yi Xian was a little curious. Can you go to the future? The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. Why would I go to the future? Yi Xian smiled and said, aren't you curious about the future? The green-robed man walked in front of Yi Xian and gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. It is because the future is uncertain that a person's life is meaningful. If you knew your future in advance, wouldn't it be especially boring? Yi Xian said softly, that's true. The green-robed man continued. Moreover, going to the future is extremely risky because the future is uncertain. For example, a person might be a rich person in the future, but because he can foresee it in advance, he might not struggle. And if he doesn't struggle, his life's fate will change. Because the future is uncertain, any choice a person makes, or even a thought, will produce a different future. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man smiled and said, I will bring you to the last place. After that, Dad will be leaving. Yi Xian was a little curious. What place? The green-robed man smiled and said, a rather mysterious place. Dad will give you one last gift, then we will say goodbye. You play, I play, and no one will disturb each other. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Please tip. Chapter 1664. After leaving the 99th floor, Yi Xian saw Hua Yi. This Hua Yi had been waiting here for months. Seeing Yi Xian, Hua Yi immediately greeted him with a smile. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Is there anything I can help you with, Miss Hua? Hua Yi bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I'm here to apologize. Yi Xian smiled. I'm not angry. Hua Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, Young Master Yi, are you really not angry? Yi Xian smiled. It's fake. Hua Yi smiled bitterly and bowed again. Young Master Yi, I sincerely want to join the Cosmos God Court. I hope Young Master Yi will approve it. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Hua Yi said again, I'll adjust my attitude later. Yi Xian glanced at Hua Yi. Miss Hua, can you really represent the entire Endless City? Hua Yi smiled. Young Master Yi can rest assured about this. Yi Xian said with a smile. I'm just worried. Hua Yi said solemnly. Young Master Yi, rest assured. That kind of thing will never happen again. Yi Xian looked at Hua Yi. Let me think about it. Hua Yi. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. Dad, let's go. The green-robed man nodded slightly. All right. Watching Yi Xian and the others leave, Hua Yi sighed softly. She naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. Yi Xian was telling her that he didn't necessarily need her endless city. She shouldn't think too highly of herself. After a moment, Hua Yi suddenly smiled. Actually, Yi Xian didn't refuse this time, which meant that endless city had a chance. A great chance. Hua Yi turned and left. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, Dad, can you introduce me to the friend you mentioned earlier? The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. What are you going to do? Yi Xian smiled. Just to get to know him. The green-robed man sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Yi Xian. The green-robed man said. Let's talk about your body. Your body should be at the intent realm now. Ordinary intent realm experts can't break it. But that doesn't mean you're invincible. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. The green-clothed man smiled and said, Remember, don't rely too much on your physical body. It's best if you don't use your physical body to resist. Because if you encounter a true expert, using your physical body to resist is equivalent to courting death. Understand? Yi Xian nodded. I will. The green-robed man smiled. The power of this sword-drawing technique has no upper limit. No, it should be said that its upper limit depends on you. So if you have time in the future, practice more. When you can stack up to 1,000, you'll find that any intent realm or alien race is trash. Yi Xian blinked. 1,000. The green-robed man smiled. Is it very difficult? Yi Xian nodded. For me now it is indeed very difficult. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. It can't be done in one go. Take it slow. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What other aspects do I need to improve? The green-robed man smiled. Many areas. Yi Xian. Soon the group arrived in front of the city gate. An old man stood at the city gate. The old man wore a loose black robe and held a strange walking stick in his hand. Seeing the green-robed man, the old man immediately walked over and smiled. Brother Yang. The green-robed man smiled. Brother Mu, you came a little early. The old man smiled. I was eager to see a friend. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly bowed slightly. Hello, Uncle Mu. Hearing this, the old man looked at Yi Xian, sized up Yi Xian and smiled. A dragon among men. The green-robed man smiled. Brother Mu, I'll get straight to the point. This little fellow is a little weak now, so I want to borrow your holy land. Elder Mu smiled. No problem. Let's go. The green-robed man nodded, waved his right hand, and everyone disappeared on the spot. Very soon, Yi Xian felt everything in front of him being torn apart. Needless to say, he was quite shocked at this moment. He knew that his father was bringing him through space. Moreover, this speed was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the protection of his father's sword energy, his current physical body would probably be unable to resist it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the green-robed man. Should I be more obedient in the future? Right at this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled. We're here. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, they were already on top of a huge rock. Not far in front of them, there was a huge mountain that was suspended in the air. The mountain was at least 10,000 zhang high, directly above the clouds. Most importantly, this kind of mountain was suspended in the air. Besides that, there were countless other mountains that floated behind the mountain, and it was impossible to see the end of them. It was a magnificent sight. Meanwhile, Elder Moose suddenly looked up at the top of the mountain. Welcome the guests. His voice resounded through the world. Meanwhile, an enormous path of light that was over 3 kilometers wide poured down from the top of the mountain to their feet. At the same time, over 100 experts in golden armor suddenly appeared on both sides of the path of light, and all of them turned around and bowed respectfully to the green-robed man and the others. The green-robed man glanced at Elder Mu with slight helplessness. All these fancy things. Elder Mu roared with laughter. It's just a formality. Let's go. All of them walked towards the top of the mountain, and an enormous ancient city appeared before them when they arrived at the top of the mountain. Yi Xian looked up at the sky above the city gates, and there were 3 large words there. Heaven-splitting city. After entering the city, the streets were at least 300 kilometers wide, and there were countless people gathered on both sides of the streets. These people were all curiously sizing up Yi Xian and the others. Heaven-splitting city. The path of light welcomed the guests. Such treatment had not been seen for thousands of years. Who was it? At this moment, an elder suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others, and he bowed slightly. Greetings, Elder Mu. Greetings, Sect Leader Yang. Elder Mu nodded. Make the arrangements. Little friend Yi wants to use the sacred land. Hearing this, the elder immediately looked troubled. This? Elder Mu frowned slightly. Is there a problem? The elder hurriedly said. No. It's just that Amulian is using the sacred land now. Amulian. Hearing this, the elder was stunned, and then fell silent. Amulian. The most monstrous genius in the history of the Heaven-Splitting clan. Her position in the Heaven-Splitting clan was extremely special, as her bloodline had mutated since she was born, and this mutation had caused the bloodline of everyone in the Heaven-Splitting clan to break through. This breakthrough had caused the overall strength of the Heaven-Splitting clan to rise greatly. It could be said that Amulian's position in the Heaven-Splitting clan was higher than his, the clan leader, because she was the future hope of the Heaven-Splitting clan. This time, Elder Mu was in a difficult position. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly smiled. It's all right, we'll just wait. Elder Mu was a little apologetic. Brother Yang. The green-robed man smiled. It's no big deal. Elder Mu cupped his fists. Thank you. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Let's go. Let's go for a walk and have a chat. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Arya suddenly said, Brother Yang, can we go play by ourselves? The green-robed man glared at Arya. No. Of course, he knew what this little girl was thinking. Xiaobai had definitely sensed some treasure again, and the two little fellows wanted to go and touch it. In Xiaobai's world, as long as the treasure followed her, it would not be considered stealing or stealing. In Arya's world, if she took the treasure, she would be borrowing it. As for whether she would return it or not, she had never considered it. Who said that one had to return something borrowed? The green-robed man felt a headache when he heard the messy thoughts of the two little fellows. Arya pouted when she saw that the green-robed man did not agree. She looked at Xiaobai and shrugged. Brother Yang is very wary of us now. What should we do? Lil White blinked, then pointed its little paw at Yi Xian in the distance. Arya thought for a moment and said, You can have that thought. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man looked at Elder Mu and smiled. I'll take this little fellow for a walk. You go ahead. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Call me if you need anything. The green-robed man nodded. All right. Elder Mu cupped his fists and retreated. The green-robed man led Yi Xian and the others into the distance. Along the way, the green-robed man smiled and said, Are you curious about this place? Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled and said, This is the Heaven-Opening clan. Do you remember that I once told you that there is a bloodline that is very special? Even more special than the immortal bloodline? Yi Xian nodded. Is it the Heaven-Opening clan? The green-robed man nodded. Heaven-Opening bloodline. It is a rather special bloodline. Of course, it is not as powerful as our Yang family's crazy demon bloodline. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued. Their holy land is very interesting. It is a place that specializes in cultivation and has a special cultivation method. If you can cultivate there for a period of time, your strength will definitely improve greatly. Yi Xian was a little curious. Dad, what kind of clan is the Heaven-Opening clan? The green-robed man smiled. Pioneers. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Pioneers? The green-robed man nodded. This clan is a little interesting. Their ancestors' goal was to lead their clansmen into the boundless universe. In other words, to explore. As he spoke, he looked around. Do you know what this place is? Yi Xian shook his head. The green-robed man smiled. The Heaven-Opening realm, a world far away from your universe. Although this place is not as special as the alternate dimension, it is not simple either. Yi Xian asked, How is it not simple? The green-robed man smiled. Do you know why the Heaven-Opening clan did not continue to explore and instead stayed here? Yi Xian shook his head. The green-robed man smiled. Because there are many unexplored ancient ruins in the deepest part of the mountain range. The Heaven-Opening clan stayed here to eat these ancient ruins. However, even after exploring for hundreds of thousands of years, they have only explored less than 1/10 of it. Yi Xian blinked. Dad, have you been there before? The green-robed man laughed. Yes, I have. Yi Xian asked. What is there? The green-robed man smiled. If you are curious, you can go there yourself in the future. That place does not attract me. As he said this, he paused, then said, If you go, remember to tell me my name. Otherwise, I am afraid you will be gone. Yi Xian. Chapter 1665. A relic. Yi Xian looked into the distance. He had decided to make a trip there. A relic that the heaven-splitting race valued was definitely not ordinary. The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Young man, this world is huge. It's not just the other dimensional people. Then he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yi Xian felt helpless. Is there anything you can't say? The green-robed man smiled. You're too weak now. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yi Xian said seriously. Father, were you young? The green-robed man was stunned. Of course. Yi Xian asked again. Were you weak when you were young? The green-robed man did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. I'm not trying to discourage you. It's just that there are many things that you shouldn't come into contact with given your strength. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The green-robed man smiled. You're not going to continue asking? If you really want to know, I can tell you too. Yi Xian shook his head. I only want to improve myself now. The green-robed man nodded and smiled. All right. At this moment, a woman suddenly showed up not far away from Yi Xian and the others. The lady was wearing a long white robe. Her long hair draped over her shoulders and her hands were hidden in her sleeves. Beautiful. That was Yi Xian's first thought. The lady's skin was very white, especially her eyes. They were big and watery, as if they could suck people in. She was a lady that one would never forget at a glance. The lady looked at the green-robed man and bowed. Senior. At that moment, Elder Mu also appeared. Elder Mu cupped his fists at the green-robed man. Brother Yang, this is Amulian. She came out earlier after learning that you wanted to use the sacred land. The green-robed man smiled and looked at Amulian. Thank you. Amulian bowed again. I'm fated to meet you today. I hope you can give me some pointers. I'll be very grateful. The azure-robed man sized up Amulian and smiled. I can't guide you. Hearing this, Amu Lian was slightly taken aback, and then her expression dimmed. The azure-robed man smiled and said, However, I can let you feel what it means to be powerful. Amulian immediately bowed. Senior, please make your move. The green-robed man laughed heartily. What a smart little girl. She's as outstanding as my son. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Dad, although I think I'm very outstanding, you still have to be tactful in front of outsiders. I also want to save face. The green-robed man laughed and said, Outstanding is outstanding. What's the point of being tactful? Let me tell you, your father is the most outstanding man in the world, and you are the second most outstanding man in the world. The two of us are the most outstanding men in the entire universe. Everyone. Arya suddenly pulled Xiaobai aside. She looked up at the sky, as if she didn't know these two. Elder Mu looked a little embarrassed. This brother Yang was good at everything, but sometimes he was shameless. Amulian glanced at Yi Xian, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the green-robed man walked over to Amulian, and he sized her up. He smiled and said, Miss, watch carefully. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his sword. The sword stabbed straight at the center of Amulian's brows. It was a very simple strike. There was no sword chi. There was no sword intent. There wasn't even a trace of sword light. However, it was such a simple strike that caused Amulian's expression to change drastically. She wanted to resist, but there was a thought in her mind at this moment. Unbeatable. This strike is unbeatable. Death is certain. Amulian slowly closed her eyes. The sword stopped half an inch away from the center of Amulian's brows. The green-robed man sheathed his sword and smiled, but he didn't say anything. A short moment later, Amulian opened her eyes and bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, Miss, my son might not be very familiar with your sacred grounds. I wonder if you can take him there to familiarize him with it? Yi Xian. Amulian glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above. Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, My brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you remove his title for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his position as crown prince. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed. Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Chapter 1666. At that moment, Yi Xian was still cultivating like crazy. Under the guidance and sparring of the virtual figure, his reaction and speed could be said to have improved tremendously. Before long, Yi Xian activated the difficult mode. The difficult mode was at least 10 times more terrifying than the easy mode. In the beginning, Yi Xian was beaten so violently that he did not even have the strength to fight back. However, Yi Xian was gradually able to dodge. However, he could only dodge. He had no chance to fight back. Amulian stood quietly outside the cave. She had been watching Yi Xian cultivate. At that moment, Elder Mu appeared beside Amulian. Elder Mu glanced at Yi Xian and asked, "What do you think of him?" Amulian replied, "Excellent." Elder Mu smiled slightly. "Mulian, you should understand Sect Master Yang's meaning, right?" Amulian remained silent. Elder Mu asked softly, "Do you know Sect Leader Yang's background?" Amulian remained silent. Elder Mu said, "He's the founder of the Sword Alliance." The Sword Alliance. Amulian's pupils constricted. She turned to look at Elder Mu. "Are you sure?" Elder Mu smiled bitterly. "Of course." Amulian slowly closed her eyes. No wonder he's so powerful. The Sword Alliance was the Sword Alliance. It was an alliance formed by swordsmen. It was a very mysterious force. Everyone in it was a swordsman, and they were all top-notch swordsmen. These swordsmen came from various worlds. Moreover, these swordsmen's identities were very special and mysterious. Usually, they could be the emperor of a world or a supreme overlord of a world. In short, it was a very terrifying force. Its influence was unimaginable. Although the Heaven-Splitting clan was powerful, they were extremely weak in front of this force. The Heaven-Splitting clan did not resist when the green-robed man tried to matchmake Yi Xian and Amulian. Instead, they were secretly delighted. If the Heaven-Splitting clan could form a marriage alliance with the Sword Alliance, it would definitely be great news for the Heaven-Splitting clan. At that moment, Amulian suddenly said softly, "Feelings should be pure." With that, she turned around and left. Elder Mu smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he also wanted Amulian and Yi Xian to be together, this mainly depended on Amulian herself. Clearly, Amulian did not mean that. Elder Mu sighed softly and turned to leave. 1 month passed. At this moment, Yi Xian was already able to adapt to this difficult mode of training. His current reaction and speed were at least 10 times faster than before. 10 times? What kind of concept was that? Now, even if he didn't use the sword drawing technique, ordinary half-step concept powerhouses wouldn't be a match for him. Before long, Yi Xian activated the Hell difficulty mode. As expected, he was immediately beaten up. But it was much better than before, because he could still dodge now. At first, he didn't even know who hit him. 1 month passed. Yi Xian was slowly getting used to the Hell difficulty. Although he was still suppressed, he had the strength to fight back. The reason why he was able to adapt so quickly was because the Phantom would point out his shortcomings while beating him, and tell him how to improve. Under such circumstances, he naturally improved at a godly speed. After half a month, Yi Xian had completely gotten used to the Hell difficulty mode. He could now fight equally with the Phantom. In the battlefield, Yi Xian and the Phantom fought back and forth. During this period, Yi Xian didn't use his body to fight the Phantom head-on. If he used his body, he could win at any time. Because in terms of reaction and speed, he wasn't inferior to the Phantom. So long as he used his body, the Phantom would definitely lose. However, he still wanted to use his reaction and speed to defeat the Phantom. Just like that, another half a month passed. During this half a month, Yi Xian was still unable to defeat the Phantom. Moreover, he noticed that the Phantom was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, he suddenly realized that while the Phantom was training with him, he was training with the Phantom as well. The Phantom would become stronger as well. Yi Xian felt rather helpless when he thought up to this point. Right at this moment, the Phantom suddenly stopped, bowed slightly, and then vanished. Yixian was stunned. Meanwhile, Amulian suddenly appeared here, and she glanced at Yixian. "Young master, you've passed." Yixian smiled. "I passed just like that? I still want to defeat him." Amulian shook her head. "You can't defeat him." Yixian was puzzled. "Why?" Amulian said. "You've already reached your current limit, but he hasn't. His limit is an expert at the intent realm. You'll only be able to defeat him if you've attained intent." Yixian frowned slightly. "Didn't they say that the quintessence of the Grand Tao is gone? How could there be an expert at the intent realm?" Amulian glanced at Yixian. "He's a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago." Yixian was speechless. Amulian continued. "Which aspect do you want to cultivate next?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, "My body and consciousness." He'd just finished speaking when another phantom appeared not too far away from him. Amulian gazed at Yixian. "Your body is extremely formidable. Go straight to hell difficulty." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the phantom suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist towards Yixian's head. Yixian didn't dodge, and he took it head-on and smashed his fist forward as well. Bang! The surroundings shook violently, and both of them retreated explosively at the same time. At the same time, the phantom charged forward again. Yixian's expression changed slightly. "Damn it! Is this fellow's body that terrifying?" After all, his body is at the intent realm. Yet this fellow is even stronger than me? Meanwhile, the phantom suddenly vanished on the spot. Yixian immediately took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. However, the phantom didn't go head-on against him and suddenly stopped. Bang! Yixian's fist struck nothing but air. Meanwhile, his expression changed drastically, and he swiftly turned around. As soon as he did, he instantly felt sharp pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying. At the instant that his figure flew through the air, he suddenly felt his right hand being grabbed, and then his body was pulled forward by a formidable force. After that, he felt sharp pain come from his stomach again. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence sprayed from Yixian's mouth. In the next moment, the phantom's fist smashed against his throat. Bang! Yixian instantly flew over 30 kilometers away. At this moment, Yixian was slightly dazed. How could this fellow be so terrifying? Meanwhile, the phantom's voice resounded in his mind. Too many distracting thoughts. Too many distracting thoughts. Yixian fell silent. He knew that the phantom was pointing out his flaws. When fighting another, one couldn't have too many distracting thoughts, and one had to concentrate on fighting the enemy. Meanwhile, the phantom vanished on the spot. Yixian immediately charged forward. In next to no time, numerous explosions resounded in the surroundings. Both of them were fighting with their bare fists. Every punch struck flesh. There weren't any flashy movements, and they relied purely on their physical strength and consciousness. In terms of physical strength, he didn't lose by much, but in terms of consciousness, he was completely suppressed. However, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. They collided madly. Needless to say, the feeling of every punch hitting flesh was truly satisfying. Yixian vented his strength madly, and every single punch he executed was extremely carefree. Moreover, because their strength was too formidable, the entire world started to shatter. Fortunately, the world was able to repair itself. Outside the cave, Amulian hadn't left. She wanted to understand Yixian's strength. Right at this moment, Elder Mu suddenly appeared before Amulian. "Mulian, that person from the One clan has arrived. Why don't you go receive him?" Amulian spoke softly. "So soon?" Elder Mu smiled. "He probably can't wait any longer. Not only the One clan, but that person from the Tian sect should also be arriving soon." With that said, he paused, then continued. "I heard that the person from the One clan is somewhat domineering. I'm afraid he'll be difficult to get along with." Amulian nodded. "It's fine." With that, she turned and left. On the streets of Kaitian City, Arya was strolling blindly with Little White. The two of them only played all day. They went wherever they had fun. As for cultivation, Arya didn't really cultivate. Anyway, being with Little White every day was equivalent to cultivation. Right at this moment, Arya suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and looked not far away. There was a very lively restaurant there. Of course, she smelled the fragrance. Arya blinked. Let's go and have a taste? Little White nodded. Arya walked into the restaurant with Little White. As soon as they entered, a waiter immediately greeted them. Sir, what would you like to eat? Arya walked to the side and sat down, then said, Do you have human flesh? The waiter's expression froze. At this moment, Little White patted Arya's shoulder lightly. Master doesn't allow you to eat human flesh. It's meat. Arya pursed her lips and looked at the waiter. I'm here. Bring out the best dishes here. The waiter glanced at Arya. Young lady, do you have crystals? Arya glanced at the waiter. Do you think I'll eat and dash? The waiter smiled. No. It's just that we have to pay first when we eat here. When Arya heard that, she immediately flew into a rage. Who pays first when they eat? If it doesn't taste good, do I have to pay too? Hearing that, everyone present looked at Arya. The waiter looked at Arya. Young lady, are you here to look for trouble? Arya suddenly took out a crystal and placed it in front of the waiter. Is this enough? With the appearance of this crystal, the entire hall was instantly filled with boundless spiritual chi. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. What kind of supreme-grade crystal was this? The waiter said with a trembling voice. This is enough. As he spoke, he took the crystal. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I'll go arrange it right away. With that, he turned and ran away. Inside the hall, everyone present was looking at Arya meaningfully. Arya picked up a pair of chopsticks. At this moment, Little White pointed at the people beside her. Arya said calmly, They want to rob us. Little White blinked, and then waved its little paws a few times. Arya shook her head. They're too poor. There's no point in robbing them. Little White hurriedly nodded. She could not sense any treasure. Although the people present had some crooked thoughts, no one dared to make a move. After all, no one knew this little girl's identity. What if her background was not simple? The risk was too great. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. It's the spirit ancestor. The spirit ancestor. Arya turned around and saw a woman standing outside the door. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting robe and had a small braid. Judging from her age, she seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. Behind the woman, there were two old men. When she saw Little White, the woman's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and arrived directly in front of Arya and Little White. The woman looked at Little White with undisguised greed and passion in her eyes. It really is the spirit ancestor. As she spoke, she looked at Arya. Are you from the heaven-splitting clan? Arya shook her head. Hearing this, the woman's lips curled up slightly. I want this little fellow. Do you have any objections? Arya looked at the woman. What if I do? The woman's smile widened. Then I'll beat you to death. Dead people have no objections. Chapter 1667. Snatch. At this moment, the woman's intention was very obvious. Little White blinked and continued to lick the candied haws. She did not panic at all. Arya did not panic, nor was she angry. She took out a candied haw and licked it. Brother Yang said that robbing is wrong. Brother Yang had instructed that if anyone came looking for trouble, they should be reformed first. If they could not be reformed, they would be cremated. The woman smiled and said, Did your brother Yang tell you that right and wrong are decided by fists? Arya glanced at the woman. You are breaking the law. The woman laughed. Breaking the law? Then she shook her head. What a cute little girl. Arya looked at Little White. Little White blinked and pointed at the storage ring on the woman's finger. Her intention was very obvious. There was a treasure. Arya licked the candied haw and thought to herself, if I just do it like this, Brother Yang will definitely think that I bullied this woman first. I have to let this woman make the first move, and then I can retaliate. In this case, I am defending myself. Thinking of this, she looked at the woman. Are you really going to rob me? The woman blinked her eyes and said with a smile, I really want to snatch it. Arya nodded. Then can you punch me first? The woman was a little curious. Why? Arya said seriously. There is no why. Go ahead. The woman smiled. I might beat you to death. Arya glared at the woman. Woman, are you trying to make me anxious? How can you be so long-winded when robbing? Can you be more straightforward? The woman looked at Arya, and her smile gradually turned cold. At this moment, the old man behind the woman suddenly said, Miss, this girl might not be simple. The woman smiled. It's fine as long as she is not from the Heaven-Opening clan. A spirit ancestor. Can't be let off. As she spoke, she looked at Arya. Without any nonsense, she directly pointed her finger at Arya. Arya didn't dodge, and let the finger touch her eyebrows. Boom. The entire restaurant turned into ashes. However, the woman's expression changed, because the little girl in front of her was completely fine. Arya blinked and said, You started it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed the woman's right hand, causing the woman's expression to change greatly. She suddenly clenched her right hand, and a powerful force swept out from her right hand. However, when that force blasted onto Arya's body, Arya didn't move an inch and was completely unharmed. At this time, Arya suddenly pulled. Boom. The woman's right arm was torn off by Arya. Meanwhile, the old man behind the woman spoke furiously. How dare you? As his voice fell, he struck Arya with his palm. Arya raised her hand and punched. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the old man's right arm was shattered, and he was sent flying into the horizon. The expressions of the one-armed woman and the remaining old man instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. He had underestimated the enemy. This little girl was actually so terrifying. Arya opened her palm, and there was a storage ring in her palm. She had taken it from the arm of the one-armed woman. Arya glanced at the one-armed woman. Now let's talk about compensation. The one-armed woman stared fixedly at Arya. Compensation? Arya said seriously. Of course we have to compensate. You bullied us and caused serious psychological and spiritual damage to us. Is it too much for us to ask you for compensation? Is it too much? The one-armed woman's expression was slightly unsightly, and she looked coldly at Arya. I underestimated you. However, do you think you've won? As she spoke, she suddenly clenched her left hand. In an instant, the space around Arya warped. At this moment, Arya suddenly blasted out with her fist. Boom. The space around Arya shattered, and the one-armed woman was sent flying 1,000 feet away. After she stopped, the one-armed woman looked at Arya in disbelief. You are so strong. Arya stood up and walked towards the one-armed woman with Little White. Arya's expression was slightly cold, and she was very angry. Not only did this woman not admit her mistake and apologize, she even wanted to hit me. Is there no law? Is there no justice? The consequences of Arya's anger are very serious. At this moment, Elder Mu and Amulyan suddenly appeared before Arya and Little White. Elder Mu hurriedly said, Miss Arya, please show mercy. Arya blinked her eyes. Why? Elder Mu smiled bitterly. Miss Arya, they are from the One clan. They are our distinguished guests. Arya shook her head. They want to snatch Little White. Little White. Elder Mu glanced at the little fellow on Arya's shoulder and sighed in his heart. He looked at the one-armed woman. Miss Wuxia, since you have entered the city, why didn't you inform us? The one-armed woman called Wuxia smiled. Uncle Mu, we just wanted to take a walk first. As she spoke, she glanced at Arya and Little White. I didn't expect to meet them. I saw that the little fellow was very cute, so I wanted to tease her. I didn't expect that little girl to attack me directly. Hearing this, Arya frowned. Are you trying to distort the truth? Wuxia looked at Arya and smiled. Little girl, you were the one who attacked first. Why are you saying that I'm distorting the truth? Arya squinted her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Elder Mu suddenly said, Miss Wuxia and Miss Arya, this must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we shake hands and make up? Arya suddenly looked at Elder Mu and said angrily, What misunderstanding? She was the one who wanted to snatch Little White. Elder Mu frowned slightly. Miss Arya? Arya suddenly pointed at Elder Mu angrily. Shut up, or I'll beat you to death. How dare you? At this moment, A black-clothed man behind Elder Mu suddenly walked out. How dare you be rude to the patriarch? As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly crushed towards Arya. Arya's expression immediately became ferocious. She charged forward, and the black-clothed man's head was directly punched by Arya before he could react. Bang! The black-clothed man's head exploded, and blood splattered. All the spectators were stunned when they witnessed this scene. When Wuxia was slightly stunned as well. She didn't expect this little girl to be so hot-tempered and attack just like that. Of course, this was a good thing. The corners of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly. Elder Mu's expression became extremely ugly as well. He didn't expect Arya to attack just like that. At this moment, Wuxia suddenly smiled. Uncle Mu, did you see that? This wild girl has a bad temper. She doesn't respect the heaven-splitting clan at all. Elder Mu glanced at Wuxia with a cold expression. Miss Wuxia, don't play that trick in front of the old man. Wuxia smiled and didn't speak. Elder Mu looked at Arya, and she walked directly towards Wuxia. Obviously, she wanted to beat this woman to death. Elder Mu hurriedly said, Miss Arya, I've already notified Brother Yang. He'll be here soon. Brother Yang. Arya stopped, and was about to speak when the green-clothed man suddenly appeared. Elder Mu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man looked at Arya. Tell me what happened. Arya told him what had happened. After that, she glanced at the green-clothed man. Brother Yang, I want to beat her to death. The green-clothed man turned to look at Wuxia. Wuxia smiled. So you have a backer. No wonder you're so arrogant. Have you heard of the Wen clan? Meanwhile, Elder Mu said, Brother Yang, she's from the Wen clan. I wonder if you can give me some face and let this matter go. The green-clothed man looked at Elder Mu and smiled. It's clearly her fault. Why should I give you face? As he spoke, he looked at Arya. Don't kill her, cripple her first. Arya grinned when she heard this, and then she turned around and charged at Wuxia. Elder Mu's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. In the distance, Wuxia's expression changed drastically when she saw Arya charging at her. She directly crushed a transmission talisman, charged forward, and slapped her palm towards Arya. Bang! Along with an explosion, Wuxia's left arm was directly shattered into pieces, and then her figure was blasted flying once more. This time, she flew over 1 kilometer away. She was instantly killed. The old man who followed Wuxia glared angrily at Yi Xian. Do you know who she is? She's the eldest young miss of the Wen clan. How dare you? Arya suddenly charged at the old man, and the latter didn't even have time to react before she smashed him into nothingness. She was instantly killed. Seeing this scene, Wuxia, who had just stood up in the distance, suddenly changed her expression. Only now did she realize that this little girl's strength was extremely terrifying, and she was absolutely no match for her. Arya walked slowly towards Wuxia. Elder Mu was about to say something, but Amulian stopped him. In the distance, Wuxia stared fixedly at Arya. Do you know the Wen clan? Arya shook her head. No. Wuxia turned around to look at the green-clothed man. If I die here today, your 10 clans will be annihilated. 10 clans will be annihilated. The green-clothed man smiled when he heard this. Arya, don't kill her. Cripple her first. Arya directly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Wuxia's expression changed drastically. She was about to retreat when Arya directly punched her in the stomach. Bang! Wuxia's eyes opened wide, and her body split open. Every inch of her bones was shattered. Arya withdrew her fist, and Wuxia instantly fell to the ground. She didn't die, but all the bones in her body were shattered by Arya's punch. Arya clapped her hands, and then turned to look at the green-clothed man. Brother Yang, why don't you let me kill her? The green-clothed man said indifferently, I want you to kill her in front of the experts of the Wen clan. Wuxia. Elder Mu smiled bitterly when he heard the green-clothed man. Brother Yang, you've gone too far. At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The next moment, an angry roar came from the starry sky. Who dares to touch the people of the Wen clan? Who dares? The voice was like thunder, and it shook the sky. P.S. I just came out. Chapter 1668. Elder Mu's face turned pale when he heard this angry shout. He knew that the Wunren clan was finished. The reason why he had pleaded for mercy time and time again was mainly because the Heaven Opening clan and the One clan were on good terms. Of course, the main reason was that he did not want Wuxian to die there, as it would very likely cause the One clan to become hostile. However, he hadn't expected that the One clan would court death like this. He knew that the One clan was really finished this time. Even though he didn't know the green-clothed man very well, he knew the green-clothed man's temper. This matter would definitely not end peacefully. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. Wuxian. It was none other than the patriarch of the One clan. Elder Mu's face sank when he saw Wuxian. This old fellow actually came personally. In the distance, Wuxian was overjoyed. "Grandpa, help me." Wuxian glanced at Wuxian, and his face turned gloomy when he saw her miserable state. He turned to look at the green-clothed man. "You did this?" The green-clothed man nodded. "I did." Wuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Elder Mu spoke abruptly. "Brother Wuxian, this is a misunderstanding." "You." Wuxian was furious. "Misunderstanding? Geezer Mu, my granddaughter was bullied to such a state. Yet you're telling me it's a misunderstanding?" As he spoke, he pointed at the green-clothed man. "This person and his entire clan must die today. Old man won't give face to anyone." Elder Mu was dumbfounded. Wuxian turned to look at Yi Xian with killing intent in his eyes. "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! The entire sky-split city seethed as if it was about to be vaporized. It was absolutely powerful. Not far from the green-robed man, Arya was about to make a move, but at this time the green-robed man smiled and said, "Let me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly flew forward. OM! A sword hell suddenly shot into the sky. Hiss! A ray of sword light tore through the sky, and the powerful force that Wuxian released was instantly shattered. In the next moment, a sword was pressed against the center of Wuxian's forehead. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Was it over? Down below, Wuxian's face was full of disbelief, as if she had lost her soul. How could it be? How could it be? In the sky, Wuxian was stunned as well. I've lost? He was defeated just like that? At this moment, his mind was in a mess. Elder Mu took a deep look at the green-clothed man. He realized that the green-clothed man was much stronger than he had imagined. It was too terrifying. Although this Wuxian wasn't a concept powerhouse, it could be said that he was infinitely close to a concept powerhouse, but he was defeated just like that. At this moment, the man in green suddenly looked at Arya. "Kill that woman." Arya rushed to Wuxian. Wuxian's face changed. She was about to say something when Arya kicked her head. Bang! Wuxian's heart almost flew out of her chest. This kick directly annihilated both his soul and body. The green-robed man raised his head and looked at Wuxian, who was in the sky. "So I did something to your Wun family. What are you going to do about it?" Wuxian stared at the green-robed man. "Who the hell are you?" The green-robed man smiled. "I'm Arya's brother Yang." As he spoke, he walked to Arya and rubbed her little head. "Remember, if anyone bullies you in the future, no matter who it is, beat them to death. Brother Yang will support you." Arya grinned and said nothing. The green-robed man looked at Wuxian. "Your Wun family wanted to steal my little fellow. How do you think we should settle this?" Wuxian stared at the green-robed man. "Your Excellency, are you really going to go to the extreme?" "Go to the extreme." The green-robed man smiled. "Didn't you bully me first? Why is it that I'm going to go to the extreme?" Wuxian stared at the green-robed man. "Your Excellency is very strong, but my Wun family is not to be trifled with." Gee! At this moment, the sword between Wuxian's eyebrows suddenly pierced into his brain. Blood splattered everywhere. Wuxian's eyes were wide open. He was completely suppressed. The green-robed man looked at Wuxian. "Come, call for help. Call for help." Wuxian roared angrily. "You've gone too far." As he spoke, he opened his palm. A black token suddenly soared into the sky, and went deep into the starry sky. Boom. The entire starry sky was boiling. Below, Elder Mu said in a deep voice, "Summon the ancestor." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. He did not expect this to happen. Originally, as long as when Xian apologized and admitted her mistake, this matter would definitely be resolved. However, not only did that woman not apologize, she even slandered Arya. Wasn't she courting death? Actually, there was still a chance. If Wen Tian admitted his mistake and apologized in time, there would still be room for negotiation. But now there was really no room for negotiation. Amulian shook her head. How did Wen Tian become the head of the family? Elder Mu shook his head slightly. It's not that he's stupid. All these years, his Wen family basically had no opponents. Under such circumstances, they naturally became arrogant. If it was an ordinary person, today's outcome would be completely different. Amulian raised her head and looked deep into the starry sky. There a white-haired old man appeared. The ancestor of the Wen family. A true expert of the comprehension realm. Although it was only a wisp of soul, it still gave people a sense of oppression. Countless young experts of the comprehension realm. In the sky, Wen Tian immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. The white-haired old man looked around blankly. Finally, he looked at Wen Tian. What's the matter? Wen Tian immediately pointed at the green-robed man and said ferociously, "This person wants to destroy my Wen family." The white-haired old man looked at the green-robed man. When he saw the green-robed man, his pupils suddenly constricted. "You?" The green-robed man smiled. "What about me?" The white-haired old man stared at the green-robed man. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Why can't I sense your realm?" The green-robed man smiled. "Because you're weak." The white-haired old man was speechless. Elder Mu and Amulian were also a little confused. Weak. Experts of the comprehension realm were weak? In the sky, Wen Tian suddenly said angrily, "Bullsh asterisk tu." The white-haired old man suddenly looked at Wen Tian. "Shut up. Shut up." Hearing that, Wen Tian was instantly stunned. The white-haired old man looked at Wen Tian coldly. "Are you AF asterisk king pig?" Wen Tian was a little confused. "Ancestor, you." The white-haired old man took a deep breath. "This old man is going to die because of you unfilial descendants. This old man is 2F asterisk king hard." As he said that, he said angrily, "You big idiot, this senior has already surpassed the comprehension realm." Surpassed the comprehension realm. Hearing that, Wen Tian felt like he was struck by lightning. He was completely stunned in the air. The white-haired old man looked at the green-robed man with a complicated expression. "I never thought that after so many years, someone could actually surpass the comprehension realm." At this moment, Wen Tian suddenly roared. "Impossible. It's impossible for him to surpass the comprehension realm. Even you didn't surpass the comprehension realm back then. How could he? Idiot." The white-haired old man suddenly scolded. "Your ancestor can't surpass the comprehension realm. Does that mean others can't as well? You've cultivated to the half-step comprehension realm. Why are you so stupid? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you out there?" Wen Tian muttered as if he had lost his soul. "Impossible. It's impossible for him to surpass the comprehension realm." In the sky, the white-haired old man shook his head and sighed. He looked at the green-robed man. "You can do whatever you want to him, but please let the Wen clan go. Please." The green-robed man casually waved his hand and Tian Wen was directly killed by a sword ray. The green-robed man turned to look at Arya. "Have you calmed down?" Arya nodded. The green-robed man laughed. "Then let's go." As he said that, he took Arya's hand and left with Xiaobai. In the sky, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "Sir, how did you surpass the comprehension realm? Please tell me, please." He had fallen because he couldn't take a step further. It could be said that he regretted it for the rest of his life. In the distance, the green-robed man didn't even turn his head. "I broke through while playing around." The white-haired old man's expression froze. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Then he gradually disappeared. He was already a dead person. Although he was curious about how the green-robed man had broken through, he understood that it was meaningless to him. Soon, the white-haired old man completely disappeared. In the field, Elder Mu sighed softly. He was somewhat disappointed. Amulian suddenly said, "Patriarch, how did you get to know sect leader Yang?" Elder Mu smiled. "I can only say that it was a coincidence. Of course, I didn't know he was so strong at that time." As he said that, he shook his head and smiled. "He's not just strong." In the distance, Arya carefully glanced at the green-robed man. "Brother Yang, are you angry?" The green-robed man shook his head. "I'm not angry." Arya immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The green-robed man gently rubbed Arya's little head and smiled. "In the future, remember, we don't bully others, but we also don't let others bully us. Understand?" Arya nodded. "I'll remember." The green-robed man smiled. He glanced to the right. "I wonder how that little guy's cultivation is going." Arya suddenly said, "Are you really not going to take little Schwanzi with you?" The man with the soft voice smiled. "Don't worry, I won't really ignore him." Arya nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The green-robed man raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He softly said, "That alien race is getting more and more restless." In the world of the 9th floor, Yi Xian was still cultivating crazily. The more he fought, the more excited he got. This feeling of punching flesh was too refreshing. Under the guidance of the virtual figure, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds, especially his physical strength. His current physical strength was even stronger than before he had come in. About half a month later, the phantom that was repelled by Yi Xian suddenly stopped. "It's done." After saying that, he directly disappeared. In the same place, Yi Xian took a deep breath. Spirit and soul. As soon as he said that, a phantom appeared in front of him. Difficulty. Difficulty. Yi Xian hesitated. Hell difficulty. As soon as he said that, he felt as if his head was hit by a heavy blow. Then his mind went blank and he fell straight down. Chapter 1669. Mental Strength. Yi Xian laid on the ground, his entire person in a daze. He was attacked by a mental strength just now. Furthermore, it was a very horrifying mental strength. At this time, that phantom appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, a voice sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Mental strength, extremely weak. Extremely weak. Clearly this was talking about him. Yi Xian was silent, his expression solemn. The current him suddenly had some lingering fear. If he encountered a mental strength powerhouse like this phantom, he absolutely would not have any chance at all, because the other party did not target his physical body at all, but directly targeted his divine soul. This time, Yi Xian rested for a full 4 hours before he recovered to his senses. And after recovering, he directly changed to the easy mode. With his current divine soul, he simply could not withstand this kind of regional difficulty mode's divine soul attack. After changing to the easy mode, he still found it hard to bear. But fortunately, it was not that miserable. At this very moment, Yi Xian also discovered his most fatal flaw, that was that his divine soul was not strong enough. Compared to the average person, it was actually not weak. But compared to this kind of powerhouse who specialized in cultivating the divine soul, that was much weaker. In the following time, Yi Xian only did one thing every day, that was to cultivate the divine soul frenziedly. And under this phantom's guidance, his divine soul also advanced by leaps and bounds. Just like this, roughly 2 months later, not only did Yi Xian's divine soul obtain a great enhancement, he even learned some mental attacks. One had to know, this phantom who taught him was once a concept powerhouse. One could say that the current him, apart from concept powerhouses, he had no opponents at all. And even if it was a concept powerhouse, he also had the strength to fight. Sword drawing technique. This was the rank leapfrogging divine skill that his old man taught him. The current him had not tried using the sword drawing technique yet, but according to his estimation, the lowest he could overlap was more than 100. Regardless of whether it was the sword drawing technique or the physical body and divine soul, he had to pursue the limits now, then break through the limits. Another month passed. That phantom suddenly stopped. Pass. When his voice faded, he slowly disappeared. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He lay on the ground, his forehead full of sweat. The collision of divine souls was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a normal battle. A moment of carelessness could result in the destruction of one's soul. This directly disregarded the physical body. This caused him to feel a lingering fear. His mortal body could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could stand there and let a half-step concept powerhouse hit him without any problems. But if he were to encounter a divine soul powerhouse, he would likely be instantly killed. Of course, there were very few powerhouses at this level. At the very least, they had to be powerhouses at the concept level to be able to do this. But in this universe, there were basically no concept powerhouses. In reality, he had always had a question in his heart, and it was that Intent Realm experts were said to be immortal. So why did all the Intent Realm experts from all those years ago disappear? Could he have been killed by someone? There was no answer. After resting for a while, Yixian got up and left. It was over. As soon as he left the cave, he saw Amulian. Amulian glanced at Yixian. Is it over? Yixian nodded and looked around. Miss Amulian, where's my father? Amulian looked at Yixian. Young Master Yi, I'm going to the ancient ruins. Are you interested in going with me? Ancient ruins. Yixian was slightly startled, and then he said, Can I go? Amulian nodded. Of course. But it's a bit dangerous. Yixian was slightly curious. What's over there? Amulian shook her head. Some unknown dangers. Yixian said. I mean, what treasures are over there? Amulian glanced at Yixian. It's also unknown. Yixian frowned. At this moment, Amulian suddenly pointed behind Yixian. This special cultivation method was obtained from over there. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. And because of this cultivation method, the overall strength of my heaven battling race has improved by leaps and bounds. Yixian said softly. In that case, there must be a lot of good things over there. Amulian nodded. Yes. Do you want to go? Yixian smiled. Yes. Amulian nodded. Then let's go. Yixian suddenly said. Wait. I'm going to take someone with me. Amulian gazed at Yixian. Your father? Yixian smiled and didn't say anything. He just vanished on the spot. A short moment later, Yixian appeared by a lake, and the green-clothed man, Xiaobai, and Arya were there. The green-clothed man sized up Yixian. How is it? Yixian smiled. A huge improvement. The green-clothed man smiled. That's good. How many sword drawing techniques can you overlap now? Yixian said. At least 100. Can 100 overlap sword drawing techniques kill intent? The green-clothed man thought for a moment, and then he said. It shouldn't be a big problem. However, it might be difficult if they're on guard against it, because your current sword drawing speed isn't fast enough. Yixian hurriedly asked. How do I make it faster? The green-clothed man shook his head. I can only take it slow. I can't rush it. Yixian nodded. He thought for a moment and said, Father, I want to head to that ruin. The green-clothed man glanced at Yixian. You want me to go with you? Yixian smiled. Yes. The green-clothed man shook his head. It's very boring. Yixian hurriedly said. Then ask Arya and Xiaobai to go with me. Arya and Xiaobai's eyes instantly lit up when they heard this. Now they preferred to follow Yixian, because Yixian liked to play. The green-clothed man glanced at Yixian. Your real objective is the two of them, right? Yixian smiled embarrassedly. Yes. The green-clothed man gazed at Arya, and she hurriedly said, I promise I won't cause trouble. Xiaobai hurriedly nodded as well. The green-clothed man thought for a moment, and then he said, Fine, both of you go play. Be careful. Yixian was slightly puzzled. Is it very dangerous? The green-clothed man shook his head. It's not dangerous for me, but for you. Yixian was speechless. The green-clothed man continued. There's a lake in the deepest depths of the ruin, and there's a temple by the lake. You can go there. Yixian was slightly curious. What's there? The green-clothed man smiled. Go see for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and gazed into the depths of the starry sky. I'm going to do something. We'll part ways once I return. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Father, you're invincible now. So I'm very curious. What's your objective now? The green-clothed man roared with laughter. My objective is to find someone who can kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before he shook his head and sighed. Father is like that. Qing is like that too. Big brother is like that too. Yi Xian looked at himself. When would he be able to say such pretentious words? At this moment, Arya suddenly walked over. Let's go play. Yi Xian smiled. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared with Arya and Little White. Not long after Yi Xian, Arya, and Little White disappeared. The green-clothed man appeared in the sky. He looked at Yi Xian and the others in the distance, chuckled, and then disappeared. In front of the city gate, Yi Xian saw Amulian, and beside her was a man in a luxurious robe. Seeing Yi Xian, the man in luxurious robe smiled. Brother Yi, I'm Li Tianhua from Sky Sect. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Brother Yi. At this moment, Amulian said, Young Master Li will go with us. He's very good at formations and barriers. With his help, it will be much more convenient for us. With his help, it will be much more convenient for us. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Amulian nodded, and the group rose into the sky, heading straight for the ancient ruins. On the way, Amulian said, The ancient ruins are divided into 3 areas. The first is the outer area, the second is the inner area, and the last is the core area. Among them, the inner area and the core area are the most dangerous. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Amulian, what danger are you talking about? Amulian said, Formations and barriers. There are also some unknown living beings. Yi Xian frowned. Unknown living beings? Amulian nodded. Some mysterious unknown living beings. Even the heaven-splitting clan doesn't know what they are. Yi Xian asked again. They can't come out. Amulian said. I don't know, but they've never come out. As for whether they can't come out or not, I don't know. Yi Xian said softly. That's interesting. Amulian glanced at Yi Xian. Don't be careless. Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Although he could tell them his father's name, his father wasn't very reliable. If his father's name didn't work, wouldn't it be a pain in the ass? He still had to rely on himself. Li Tianhua suddenly said, Brother Yi, is the little guy next to you the spirit ancestor? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Li Tianhua glanced at Little White and sighed in his heart. One Xian from the One clan is really retarded. Rob the spirit ancestor? It's not that you can't rob him, but you have to figure out the situation first. Worldly bandits would wait and find out the situation before robbing, but when Xian took action before figuring out the other party's strength and background, not only did she bring disaster to herself, but she also brought disaster to her family. Greed. Since the incident with One Xian, the Sky Sect had called back all the disciples who were outside to educate them. It's not scary to get into trouble, but it's scary to provoke the wrong people. Even the Sky Sect was afraid. That man in cyan had even killed the master of the One clan. The Sky Sect couldn't afford to offend him. Amulian also glanced at Little White. She had to admit that this little guy was really cute. Actually, she didn't want Yi Xian to bring Little White here. Although this little guy was very powerful, it wasn't very strong. If Yi Xian brought it along, it would be too easy to attract hatred. However, seeing that Arya had also come, she didn't say anything. About an hour later, they came to a mountain range. At first glance, there were endless mountains, and it was very gloomy like a ghost town. Amulian said softly, This is the ancient relic. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Arya and Little White. Have you been here before? Arya shook her head. No. Yi Xian was a bit confused. Haven't you been with Dad? Arya curled her lips. Sometimes he doesn't even take us to play. Little White nodded fiercely, waving its little claws, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Yi Xian glanced at Arya and Little White. Needless to say, his dad must have a headache with these 2 little guys. Yi Xian collected his thoughts, looked at the unknown mountain range and said softly, Let's go. After a while, the group disappeared into the distance. At this moment, a black crow suddenly flew over everyone's heads. No one paid any attention to it. The crow's speed was extremely fast, and in a short while, it flew into the depths of the mountain range. As it flew, it screeched, "That man is here again. That man is here again. If there's a grudge, an eye for an eye. P.S. I've been training recently. Being handsome is not as good as writing. As long as you're handsome, really you can have anything. To be honest, I want to find another way to make a living. It's such a waste to write with my looks. Trust me, it won't be long before I treat the monthly votes as dirt." End of this chapter. Chapter 1670. Once they entered the mountain range, the light dimmed. Depressing. This was what Yi Xian and the others felt at that moment. Yi Xian looked around. This place had some tricks up its sleeve. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless in such a mysterious and unknown place. It was better to be safe than sorry. At that moment, Amulian suddenly looked up. It was almost nightfall. Amulian's face darkened. "We must reach a boundary that the Sky-Opening clan created before nightfall. Otherwise, we will be in danger tonight." Yi Xian looked at Amulian. "What's happening at night?" Amulian glanced at Yi Xian. "It's dangerous." Yi Xian asked, "Can't we fly?" Amulian shook her head. "If we fly, there will be too much commotion, and it will be even more dangerous." Yi Xian nodded. "Then let's hurry up." Although he was very powerful now, he was not invincible. They still had to be careful and could not be careless. Everyone quickened their pace. Along the way, Arya and Little White were very quiet. They were abnormally quiet. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the two little fellows. Little White would glance around from time to time, looking a little sneaky. Yi Xian was a little amused. He gently rubbed Little White's little head. "What are you up to?" Little White blinked and looked at Arya. Obviously, she did not know whether she should say it or not. Arya licked her candied haws and said casually, "We are looking for treasures." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Have you found them?" Arya shook her head. "There are no valuable treasures for now." Yi Xian was suddenly curious. "Arya, why are you looking for so many treasures?" Arya said, "To store them." Yi Xian continued to ask, "Just to store them?" Arya said, "Not really. We use them sometimes." Yi Xian looked at the storage ring on Little White's finger. Actually, he was very curious about the treasures in this little fellow's storage ring. There must be a lot of superb divine items. However, he did not fool Little White. He still had a bottom line. If there was a need, he could ask Little White for it. However, if he were to bluff it, that would be too much. As the sky darkened, the group quickened their pace. Yi Xian looked around. He also felt danger, unknown danger. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Arya. Arya and Little White were very calm. Yi Xian was about to speak when Amulian suddenly said, "Wait." With that, she stopped. Yi Xian looked at Amulian, but Amulian turned her head to look. Yi Xian also turned his head to look. In the distance, there was only a forest. Other than that, there was nothing else. Amulian's expression grew more and more solemn. Yi Xian asked solemnly, "What did you see?" Amulian looked into the distance and said nothing. However, the look in her eyes became more and more solemn and a little nervous. Yi Xian looked at Arya. "Can you see it?" Arya turned her head and took a look. She was a little confused. "Can't you see?" Yi Xian was speechless. At the side, Li Tianhua's expression was a little ugly. Obviously, only he and Yi Xian could not see it. Yi Xian said solemnly, "What's over there?" Arya thought about it and said, "A red-haired woman in white. She's looking at you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Arya said again, "Let's go." Amulian withdrew her gaze as well. Yi Xian looked at Amulian. Amulian said solemnly, "Let's go." With that, she walked directly into the distance. Along the way, Amulian's expression was extremely solemn, and she did not speak. Arya and Little White were still so calm. Yi Xian walked to Amulian's side. "Miss Amulian, aren't you going to tell us?" Amulian said, "Red Lady." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Red Lady?" Amulian nodded. "I don't know who she is either." I only know that everyone who has seen her is dead. The Heaven-Splitting clan has always been fearful of her. If we encounter her when we search for treasures, we must retreat immediately and not stay. Yi Xian said solemnly. It's that strange. Amulian said. Her target is you. Yi Xian was astonished. Why? Amulian shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was about to speak when Amulian said, We're here. Yi Xian looked up. There was a stone house nearby, and the stone house was covered in red talismans. Amulian walked over to one of the talismans and silently chanted. The talismans before her gradually started to tremble. In next to no time, the talismans parted to the sides and opened up a path. Amulian said, Let's go. With that, she led Yi Xian and the others into the small wooden house. The small wooden house was covered in strange talismans as well. Meanwhile, the sky had turned completely dark. Roar. A sharp roar of a beast suddenly sounded from outside. Yi Xian looked outside. What's that? Amulian shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian glanced at Arya. Do you feel any danger? Arya shook her head. No. Yi Xian was relieved. As a demonic beast, Arya must be extremely sensitive to danger. If there was any danger, she would know immediately. However, he did not know that Arya's danger was completely different from what he had imagined. What was Arya's danger? It was an expert at the level of the woman in a plain dress. That was dangerous. At this moment, the mountains outside suddenly shook, as if some demonic beast was running amok. Amulian suddenly looked out of the window. She stared fixedly outside. She's here again. Yi Xian looked out of the window. There was nothing there. Amulian said. She must be here for you. Yi Xian suddenly opened the door and walked outside. He looked into the distance. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to scare me. At this moment, a chilly wind blew and a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. She had red hair and a white dress. It had to be said that the woman was very beautiful. Her looks were not inferior to Amulian's, but her outfit was a little creepy, especially on a dark night like this. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You're his son. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This woman knew his father. At this moment the woman suddenly said, It's true. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Senior, do you have something to say? The woman suddenly attacked. Before Yi Xian could react, he was punched in the throat. Boom. Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Just as Yi Xian was about to counterattack, the woman had already appeared hundreds of feet away. She had distanced herself from him. Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Is there enmity between her and my father? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian with eyes filled with resentment. A person who goes back on his word deserves death. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pressed her palm down. Bang. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He charged forward and smashed his fist forward. Bang. Yi Xian's right arm shook violently. His body trembled as he retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, his vision went black, and then a hand grabbed his throat. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and smashed his fist towards the woman's chest. However, the woman suddenly smashed his throat against the ground. Bang! The entire ground exploded apart. The woman was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly held the woman in his arms and rolled towards the ground. Rumble! The ground transformed into an enormous abyss. And then Yi Xian was blasted flying. After Yi Xian stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, the woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. She slowly clenched her right hand, and was about to make a move. Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait! The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said solemnly, You said you go back on your word. Did my father promise you something? The woman said ferociously, He promised me to take me out, but he didn't do it. Get out! Yi Xian was stunned, and then he turned to look at Arya. Arya blinked. I don't know. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. My father is too much. He didn't do what he promised others. Now this is great. I'll take the blame. Yi Xian looked at the woman. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. You should look for my father. The woman said angrily. A son pays his father's debts. Do you have a problem with that? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, Amulian suddenly said, Miss, his father is not an ordinary person. Since he promised you something, he shouldn't go back on his word. There must be something hidden. What do you think? The woman was silent. Amulian continued, Such a strong person can't be a man who goes back on his word. The woman glanced at Amulian. Where is he now? Amulian said, Outside. The woman looked at Yi Xian. He let you in? Yi Xian nodded. The woman asked again. He let you come alone? Arya was suddenly a little dissatisfied. Hey, can you not ignore us? Aren't we humans? The woman glanced at Arya. Are you a human? Arya blinked. You're too careless. As she spoke, she continued to lick the candied fruit. The woman looked at Yi Xian and sneered. He's really powerful. He really dared to let you come alone. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? The woman was expressionless. What do I mean? Don't you know what he did here back then? A bad feeling arose in Yi Xian's heart. What did he do? The woman said. He robbed everywhere and took away all the treasures of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Are you telling the truth? The woman said indifferently. Why would I lie to you? After he came in, he made this place restless and challenged people everywhere. After beating them, he even said, it's lonely being invincible. Not only did he abuse them physically, he also trampled on them spiritually. Yi Xian, the woman said again. When he left, he said he would come back and continue to challenge them. The people here have been cultivating crazily all these years, waiting for him to come back. But I didn't expect that he didn't come back, but you came instead. Yi Xian's expression was a little ugly. When I came in, he told me to say his name when I came in, and then I could do whatever I wanted in here. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Let me ask you a question. I hope you don't mind. Yi Xian said. What? The woman said. Are you sure you're his biological daughter? Yi Xian. Chapter 1671. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a little annoyed at this moment. Damn it. This is a trap. This old man was trying to dig a pit for him to die. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and was ready to slip away. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, Want to leave? It's too late. Yi Xian said in a low voice. What do you mean? The woman said indifferently. The people here knew you just came in. Now you can't leave. Yi Xian. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Did he really let you in? Yi Xian said. I wanted to come in myself, but he asked me to tell him his name. The woman shook her head. You're definitely not his biological son. Yi Xian. At this moment, the distant sky suddenly trembled violently, and then a burly man broke through the sky. The next moment, the burly man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The burly man looked at Yi Xian with an icy cold expression. Where's your father? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, He's outside. The burly man roared angrily. Let him in. Yi Xian glanced at the burly man. Actually, I don't like him. But let's be frank. If he comes in, can you defeat him? The burly man pointed at Yi Xian angrily. How dare you look down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and blasted a punch at Yi Xian. Pure physical strength. Under the punch, the space in the field distorted. The dimension of time was distorted as well. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He didn't use the sword drawing technique, but rushed forward and blasted a punch. Head on. In terms of physical strength, he really wasn't afraid of anyone. Except for Arya. Going head-on with Arya was purely courting death. Bang. Their fists collided, and the surrounding space shattered. Both of them were in a pitch-black dimension. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated nearly 1,000 feet. Yi Xian looked at his slightly numb right hand, and his face darkened. In terms of physical strength, he was still somewhat inferior to this burly man. However, this was normal. The person in front of him was a genuine concept powerhouse. However, it gave him a strange feeling. Very strange. The other had a physical body. In other words, it wasn't a soul, but a living concept powerhouse. However, he just felt that it was a bit strange, an indescribably strange feeling. In the distance, the burly man coldly looked at Yi Xian. He didn't come himself and let his son come. What a coward. Yi Xian glanced at the burly man. If you put it that way, I won't be happy. My father didn't come because he was a coward. He didn't want to bully you. The burly man smiled disdainfully. Bully me? If not for the fact that my main body has already perished, why would I be afraid of him? His main body perished? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Didn't this guy in front of him have a main body? In the distance, the woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian. You don't seem to understand anything. Yi Xian. At this moment, the burly man suddenly said, Fine, you can come. As soon as he said that, he directly blasted a punch at Yi Xian. It was a very simple punch. Simple but violent. That punch seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. A true concept powerhouse. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although he had fought with a concept powerhouse in the Heaven Battling clan, that concept powerhouse couldn't be considered a true concept powerhouse. After all, it was just an image. But the person in front of him was a true concept powerhouse. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly rushed out. He directly fought head-on. Yi Xian blasted a punch at the burly man. The burly man didn't dodge. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, both of them instantly retreated explosively. Yi Xian directly retreated 3 kilometers, and the burly man retreated 300 m. The burly man glanced at his fist, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the guy in front of him would actually be so strong. In the distance, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and he grinned as he charged out again. Fight! Now he liked this kind of fist-to-flesh battle. This kind of battle was both carefree and could improve. Thus, he didn't choose to ask Area for help. After a short while, the burly man's eyes narrowed slightly after he blasted Yi Xian flying with a punch. You're using me to practice. Practice? Yi Xian grinned. Yes. The burly man's expression turned savage. You're courting death. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist down towards Yi Xian. An extremely powerful force was contained in his palm. At the instant his fist descended, the mountains trembled like an earthquake had occurred. It was extremely shocking. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he suddenly closed his eyes. Bang! In an instant, the burly man was blasted flying. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? Amulian glanced at Yi Xian, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. She naturally knew what was going on. It was Yi Xian's soul attack. She had no doubt that he'd definitely learned it from that place of cultivation. The burly man's countenance was extremely pale, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian. An attack on the soul. It directly disregarded his body and struck directly at his soul. That attack from Yi Xian just now had almost obliterated his soul. Yi Xian grinned as he gazed at the burly man, and then he took a step forward. The burly man raised his head, glanced at him and said, It's late now. Let's fight another day. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Yi Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. Damn it. He fled just like that? Let's fight another day? How could he be so shameless? Yi Xian was speechless to the extreme. Actually, he'd really wanted to test his soul attack. Unfortunately, the burly man was clearly very weak when it came to the soul, and he'd actually fled. However, this caused Chun-Shi to feel slightly fearful once more. Fortunately, he'd strengthened his soul at that place. Otherwise, if he encountered a soul expert, then he might not even have the ability to fight back. No matter how strong one's body was, it was like paper when it came to the soul. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look at Area. Area, can you resist an attack from my soul? Area blinked. Give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. Be careful. As he spoke, he suddenly executed an attack from the soul. Bang. Waves of ripples suddenly arose in the space here, and it was like waves were surging through the air. However, Area was completely fine. Yi Xian was slightly dazed. Area licked the sugar-coated haws. Again? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Area, Why are you completely fine? Arya said, because my soul is very powerful. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Very powerful? Arya nodded. Beast soul. Beast soul. Yi Xian understood. Generally, the soul of a demon beast was stronger than that of a human. As such a terrifying evil beast, how terrifying was Arya's soul? Not to mention him. Even a true intent realm expert couldn't do anything to Arya. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the woman in white. The woman in white said lightly, "Do you think it's over?" Yi Xian laughed. "Do you think I'm afraid?" The woman in white looked at Yi Xian. "Remember what you said." After speaking, she turned around and left. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss." The woman in white turned around to look at Yi Xian. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Perhaps I can help you get out." The woman in white sneered, raised her middle finger, and then turned around and left. Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman is so rude. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xian turned around to look at Amu and Li Tianhua. "Miss Amu, brotherly, both of you leave first." Based on the current situation, these two would definitely be unlucky if they followed him. Amu shook her head. "It's fine." Li Tianhua smiled as well. "Since you came together, then let's leave together." He actually wanted to leave. But on second thought, although he could withdraw safely if he left now, wouldn't it be equivalent to losing a chance to befriend Yi Xian? If he could befriend Yi Xian, then it would absolutely be a great thing for him and the entire Sky Sect. He didn't have a chance before, but now, once they went through thick and thin together, then they could be said to be friends, and as long as they were friends, then there were limitless possibilities. Yi Xian smiled. "We might be in danger from now on." Amu shook her head. "It's fine." Li Tianhua smiled as well. "It's fine." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "All right then. Let's continue forward." Li Tianhua was slightly curious. "Aren't we turning back?" Yi Xian shook his head. "It's too late now. Since they've already discovered me, they definitely won't let me go back. Since that's the case, why don't we continue forward?" Li Tianhua nodded and said softly, "That's true." Yi Xian looked into the distance. "Then let's go." Soon, the group continued forward. Yi Xian naturally didn't panic. With his current strength, he was actually not a weakling. Moreover, there was Arya here. What kind of person was Arya? She was a fellow who was afraid of his father and Qing. He even felt that in this world, besides Qing, his father, and his big brother, no one could kill Arya. When one's physical body reached a certain level, it was truly abnormal. Especially when Arya was a beast soul, an extremely powerful soul. It could be said that she was a little undefeatable. The group continued forward. Yi Xian's goal was the temple by the lake deep in the mountain range. The temple. Since his father had sent him to this place, there must be a deeper meaning. It couldn't be purely to trick him, right? If it was, he would definitely ask Qing, to come back and beat that man up. If he couldn't beat him, then he would ask his big brother to come along. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Why did they dare to come to faction leader Yang?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Right. Why did that burly man dare to come to his father? At this moment, Amu said again, "If I'm not wrong, faction leader Yang must have hidden his strength." Yi Xian nodded. His father must have hidden his strength. Otherwise, that burly man wouldn't have the guts to come to his father. But why did his father hide his strength? Could it be to trick him? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Damn it. This is really possible. This cheap father of mine is definitely capable of doing such a thing. Yi Xian looked into the distance and said softly, "Father, if you trick me again, I'll put righteousness before family. Don't blame me for being unfilial. It's not like I can't do something like killing my father. P.S. The weather is getting cold. Everyone remember to vote a few more months." Chapter 1672. A lake. That was Yi Xian's current goal. In his opinion, although his father liked to trick him, he would not do it to his death. The night was dark, but it did not affect them at all given their abilities. However, the expressions of the few of them were somewhat solemn. because up until now, there was not a single sound in the surroundings. It was too quiet. This was not normal. Yixian looked around but could not sense anything. As if thinking of something, Yixian looked at Amulian. Miss Amulian, what kind of place is this? Amulian shook her head. I don't know. Yixian said. You don't know anything at all? Amulian nodded. When the Heaven-Splitting clan's ancestor discovered this place, he immediately decided not to advance any further. There are very few records about this place. However, the ancestor instructed us not to go deeper. Not to go deeper. Yixian's expression darkened. But his father wanted him to go deeper. Was this a trap? Yixian looked into the distance and felt a headache coming on. He was a little afraid of his father now. He was really awesome when it came to tricking his son. At this moment, Amulian glanced at Yixian. Senior Yang wants you to go deeper? Yixian nodded. Amulian said, then let's go deeper. Yixian smiled. Miss Amulian, aren't you afraid? Amulian said softly. I'm curious, so I want to take a look. Yixian looked at Li Tianhua. Brotherly, what about you? Li Tianhua smiled. Fortune comes from danger. Yixian nodded. Let's go then. As he spoke, he glanced at the calm area in Little White. With area around, he felt more at ease. His father might trick him, but he probably would not trick Area and Little White. However, he still had to be careful. Just because Area was not afraid of something did not mean he was not. At this moment, footsteps were heard from afar. Hearing this, Yixian and the others immediately stopped in their tracks. Yixian looked into the darkness in the distance, and soon, an old man walked out. After the old man came out, he first looked at Area and Little White. The old man narrowed his eyes when he saw Whitey. Spirit ancestor. Xiaobai licked the candied fruit and waved her little claws. Obviously, she thought this old man was greeting her. The elder looked at Whitey. Interesting. A spirit ancestor actually appeared. Little White nodded and waved its paw again. Area suddenly said, Little Bai, she is not greeting you. Maybe she wants to steal your Tonghulu. Xiaobai's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She glared at the old man and hid the candied fruit. At this moment, the old man looked at Area, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Demonic beast. Area licked the Tonghulu. Do you have a problem? The old man smiled, and then he looked at Yixian. Don't say that we're bullying you. I'll give you a chance now. Call your father over. Our enmity with him has nothing to do with you. Yixian shook his head. I can't. The old man gazed at Yixian. So you're saying that you're prepared to shoulder it for him? Yixian was speechless. I'll shoulder it my ass. He was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, Then don't blame us for bullying you. Yixian's expression instantly changed when the old man finished speaking. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his right arm to block. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yixian retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. When he stopped, a black-clothed man was standing not too far away from him. The black-clothed man glanced coldly at Yixian, and then he clenched his right hand towards Yixian from afar. Bang! In an instant, the space where Yixian resided warped. Meanwhile, Yixian closed his eyes slowly. Bang! The black-clothed man's expression changed drastically, and then his figure was blasted flying. A soul attack. After the black-clothed old man was blasted flying, the old man glanced at Yixian. A soul technique. Yixian gazed at the old man. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly gazed at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's countenance was extremely pale. Obviously, his soul had suffered a heavy injury just now. The black-clothed man gazed at Yixian with a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he was afraid of Yixian's soul attack as well. The old man spoke abruptly. You attack, and I'll stop his soul technique for you. The black-clothed man nodded. He was just about to attack when Yixian spoke abruptly. Geezer, are you going to gang up on me? The old man laughed coldly. So what if I am? Yixian suddenly looked at Area. Hit him. Area didn't waste her breath. She charged forward and blasted her fist towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted abruptly. He didn't have time to dodge at such a close distance. So he blasted his fist towards Aria's fist. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, the old man was blasted flying, and he flew to the ends of the horizon. He was nowhere to be seen. The black-clothed man was stunned when he saw this scene. He was blasted flying with a single punch? The black-clothed man turned to look at Aria. And there wasn't just fear in his eyes, there was even a trace of fear. He was very clear about the old man's strength. Yet he was blasted flying by a single punch from this little girl? Aria looked at the black-clothed man and licked her candied fruit. You want to hit him as well? Obviously she was asking Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak when the black-clothed man turned around and ran. He was extremely swift, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was a little speechless. Damn, this guy can run so fast. Aren't the people here all dead? Yi Xian looked up into the distance. It was pitch black, but he could feel many extremely obscure auras. Obviously, there were experts spying on them in the dark. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Why did he have to pay for his father's sins? If that temple didn't have any supreme-grade divine items, he would definitely put justice before family. After a while, the group continued forward. Along the way, Li Tianhua sized up Aria from time to time. He realized that he had underestimated this little girl's strength. Amulian also glanced at Aria. She knew that Aria was very strong, but she didn't know that Aria was this strong. At this moment, Aria suddenly stopped. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Aria looked at Little White, and Little White pointed to the right with its little paw. Yi Xian blinked. Is there a treasure? Little White nodded vigorously. There was a treasure. Aria looked at Yi Xian. Let's go take a look? Yi Xian thought about it. Let's go take a look then. Aria waved her little hand. Let's go. Just like that, the group walked to the right. It was still very quiet along the way. Yi Xian walked to Aria's side and said, Aria, is there anything that makes you feel dangerous? Aria shook her head. Not yet. Yi Xian nodded. If you feel that there's danger, you must say it early, understand? Aria nodded. I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. Aria should be reliable. After walking for a short while, Little White suddenly raised its little paw. Aria immediately stopped and looked at Little White. Did you find something? Little White nodded. Aria remained calm. What is it? Little White thought about it, then gestured with its little paw. Yi Xian looked at Aria. What did she say? Aria shook her head. I don't understand. Yi Xian. Little White blinked, then waved its little paw again. Aria was a little helpless. Little White, can't you learn to speak human language? I almost don't understand your beast language. Little White. At this moment there was a sudden movement in the distance. Yi Xian and the others quickly looked over. Not far away, a white fox walked out. The white fox had 9 tails and was snow white all over. It was very beautiful. Seeing the white fox, Little White was a little excited. She pointed at the white fox and waved her little paw. Obviously, the treasure she was talking about was this white fox. At this moment, the white fox was also looking at Little White, her eyes full of curiosity. Yi Xian suddenly said, Do you want to play with us? Amulian glanced at Yi Xian stunned. So direct? The white fox suddenly looked at Yi Xian, and when she saw Yi Xian, her gaze turned cold. Her gaze was unfriendly. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was speechless. His father couldn't have bullied this white fox, right? That didn't make sense. His father didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to bully the weak. At this moment, Aria suddenly said, Are you willing to go with us? Since it was a living creature, they couldn't use force. Moreover, this white fox was a demon beast. The white fox looked at Aria, and Aria licked the candied fruit. Eat well, drink well, and play well. Little White quickly nodded. She waved her little paw, and a cloud of purple gas floated towards the white fox. When the cloud of purple gas floated in front of the white fox's eyes were instantly filled with excitement. She sniffed and absorbed all the purple gas. After that, the white fox looked at Little White. Little White grinned and waved with her little paw. The white fox was a little hesitant. At this moment, Aria suddenly said, Let's go. Little White turned to look at Aria, and Aria nodded. Let's go. With that, she turned and left with Little White, who still wanted to express something. Yi Xian and the others immediately turned around. They naturally understood what Arya meant. She was loosening the reins only to grasp better. Sure enough, at this moment, the white fox suddenly appeared in front of everyone without a sound. The white fox glanced at Little White. "I'll go with you." Little White grinned and was rather excited. Arya suddenly said, "Do you have any special abilities?" Obviously, Arya was still rather rational. The white fox said, "Charm." Arya blinked. "Charm?" The white fox said, "I can charm people's hearts." Arya thought for a moment and then pointed at Yi Xian. "You try, little Xuanzi." Yi Xian was speechless. The white fox glanced at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said, "You know my father?" The white fox's expression was rather cold. "He came here back then?" Yi Xian asked. "And then?" The white fox said, "He promised me that he would take me out, but then he disappeared." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Why did he agree to take you out?" The white fox shook his head. "There was no reason. He came to find me and asked if I wanted to go out. He said that he would bring me out." Yi Xian frowned. At this time the white fox said, "As far as I know, he didn't just say this to me. He said this to almost all the people, spirits, and demon beasts here. However, he didn't bring any of them out. That big liar." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1673. Hearing the white fox's words, Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. What did his father mean by this? He had promised so many people, yet he did not fulfill his promise. And he had even asked him to come in. At this thought, Yi Xian was suddenly dumbfounded. Could it be that his father had asked him to save these people? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. That was entirely possible. Although his father liked to trick him, he would not do something so senseless. He had asked him to come in, but he had asked him to tell him his name. Although it was somewhat of a trick, it was definitely not as simple as that. If he could save these people, it would definitely be a great help to him. After all, most of the people here were intent experts. However, these intent experts were a little strange. He had a feeling that the intent realm experts here were not true intent realm experts. They felt different from the figure he had trained with in the heaven-splitting clan. False intent realm? Yi Xian shook his head. Regardless of whether they were intent experts or not, these people's strength was unquestionable. If they could follow him, they would have a higher chance of winning against the alien dimension race. At this thought, Yi Xian looked at the white fox. "To be honest, I have come to save everyone." Amulian glanced at Yi Xian, a trace of doubt in her eyes. The white fox looked at Yi Xian. "Save us?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Yes. My father asked me to fulfill the promise he made to everyone back then." The white fox asked, "Why didn't he come himself?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Because he has something important to do." The white fox continued to ask, "What is it?" Yi Xian looked at the white fox. "Sir, why did my father promise to save you? Did you help him, or did he owe you?" The white fox fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Neither. He said it himself." Yi Xian smiled. "Since you did not help him, and he did not owe you anything, why do you need him to save you?" The white fox looked at Yi Xian. He agreed to it himself. Yi Xian continued to ask, "He promised to save you. Did he give an exact time?" The white fox frowned. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Looks like there's none left." The white fox glanced at Yi Xian. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Xian asked. "Sir, in my opinion, he doesn't owe you anything. Since he doesn't owe you anything, why should you ask him to save you? He did promise you. But aren't I here to save you now?" The white fox shook his head. "You are too weak." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "You're still disdainful. If I were my dad, I definitely wouldn't have saved you." The white fox narrowed its eyes. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "He did promise to save you. But why do you think he must save you? Does he owe you?" The white fox was silent. Yi Xian said again, "You can only get what you give. What have you given?" The white fox glanced at Yi Xian. "What do you want?" Yi Xian sneered. I don't want anything. You continue to wait here. After that, he looked at Arya and Little White. Let's go. Arya nodded. All right. The group turned and left. Yi Xian was a little angry. He didn't know what happened between his dad and these people, but these people's attitude made him very unhappy. These people took others' help as a matter of course. It was probably because of this that his dad chose to leave back then. I can help you, but you can't take this help for granted. After all, no one owes anyone anything. And his dad asked him to come in and report his name. It was probably to let him settle the karma of the past. But now it seemed that the karma of the past had gradually become the cause of evil. Yi Xian was really angry. Father was really something, throwing such a terrible mess to him. At this moment, the white fox suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The white fox looked at Little White. I'll follow her. Yi Xian smiled. Why should I let you follow her? The white fox glanced at Yi Xian. I'm a spirit fox. If I follow her, she will benefit too. Hearing that, Little White blinked. She looked at Arya and was a little puzzled. What benefits do I get? Yi Xian looked at Arya. What benefits does Little White get? Arya glanced at the white fox. I'm also very curious about what benefits do you get from following my white. The white fox's eyes gradually turned cold. Arya looked calm. Do you want to fight? At this moment, Little White grabbed Arya's hand and shook her head. Little White had always been kind to the spirits of heaven and earth. The main reason she came to find the white fox was to bring it along, not to enslave it. She could help this white fox improve. But now, she didn't like this white fox a little. There were two reasons. First, there was a problem with the white fox's attitude toward her master. Second, there was a problem with the white fox's attitude toward her. Arya shrugged. All right. I'm not angry. Little Schwanzi, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The group continued forward. The white fox glanced at Arya and the others, her eyes gradually turning cold. At this moment Arya, who was far away, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at the white fox. Are you provoking me? Obviously, she felt the white fox's malice. The white fox glanced coldly at Arya and Yi Xian. You will regret this. With that, she turned and left. Arya slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed out. Without any nonsense, he directly used 100 sword drawing techniques. The moment Yi Xian drew his sword, a sword cry suddenly soared into the sky, shaking the mountains. Seeing Yi Xian's sudden move, the white fox's expression changed drastically. She suddenly turned around and slammed her right hand forward. In an instant, 9 foxtails soared into the sky from behind her. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword fell. Boom. The 9 foxtails instantly exploded, and the white fox directly retreated thousands of feet away. And the space she passed through was directly annihilated inch by inch. Seeing Yi Xian's sword, Amulian and Li Tianhua's expressions changed. Especially Li Tianhua. The strength of Yi Xian's sword was not something a peri-celestial expert should have. Was this guy really just a peri-celestial expert? In the distance, Yi Xian held his sword and walked toward the white fox. You said I'll regret it. Tell me why I'll regret it. The white fox stared at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with fear. Although Yi Xian's sword did not directly kill her, it severely injured her. Yi Xian's expression was rather ferocious. I didn't let you follow, and you still want to take revenge? Do you fucking think I'm air? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. The white fox's expression changed drastically. She turned around and transformed into a white light that vanished into the distance. She fled. Obviously, she wasn't confident in her ability to withstand Yi Xian's second sword strike. After Yi Xian slashed empty air, he was about to chase after her when Arya suddenly said, Little Schwanzi, forget it. Yi Xian looked at Arya, and she shook her head. Little Bai said to ignore her. If she comes looking for trouble again, Little Bai will deal with her. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he turned to look at the surroundings. He said fiercely, Let's try again. As he spoke, he looked at Arya. Let's go. The group continued on their way. Along the way, Yi Xian's expression was icy cold, and his right hand held the sheathed sword tightly. This sword belonged to the green-clothed man. Arya glanced at Yi Xian and said, Little Xuanzi, don't be angry. Yi Xian said softly. I'm not angry anymore. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and said, let's fly. Flying with air. Amulian looked at Yi Xian and asked, are you sure? Yi Xian smiled and said, in any case, they won't stop even if we walk slowly, right? Amulian nodded. That's true. Yi Xian rose into the air on his sword and looked down. It didn't take long for him to find the lake that his father had mentioned, and there was an ancient temple by the side of the lake. It was obvious that this was the temple. Meanwhile, Amulian appeared by his side, and she looked at the temple. This is your objective? Yi Xian nodded. Amulian glanced at the surroundings of the temple. It was extremely empty, and the nearest mountain to the temple was a few kilometers away. Moreover, there was a statue in front of the temple. Yi Xian said abruptly, let's go. Amulian nodded. All of them were about to continue forward when a furious shout suddenly resounded from the mountains below. How audacious! How dare they be so brazen! Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged down. In the next moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within the mountain range. In an instant, a bloody head suddenly shot into the sky, and then it shot straight into the clouds before slowly falling back down. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had returned to Amulian's side, and the sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. Yi Xian said, let's continue forward. All of them continued forward. This time, it was much quieter. It didn't take long for Yi Xian and the others to arrive at the side of the lake, and they'd just landed when the lake suddenly boiled. Yi Xian turned around to look at the lake, and a figure suddenly appeared within it. Stop moving forward. Yi Xian looked at the figure. Why? The figure said, that's a restricted area. A restricted area. Yi Xian turned around to glance at the temple, and then he said, is it very dangerous? The figure said, look at me. Yi Xian looked at the figure, and the figure said, I was imprisoned here. Yi Xian asked, what's in there? The figure said, I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't know? The figure said, your father should know. Yi Xian asked, you know my father? The figure said, he came here all those years ago, and then he went in. Yi Xian turned around to glance at the temple, and he was slightly curious. What exactly is in there? Meanwhile, the figure suddenly said, young friend, can you get me out of here? Yi Xian looked at the figure, and the figure said, if you're willing to help, then I'm willing to follow you and serve you faithfully. I swear on my soul that if I break my oath, then I'll surely die a horrible death. As the figure swore, ripples suddenly arose on the surface of the lake. Obviously, an oath was a cause and effect. Yi Xian looked at the figure. How do I save you? The figure said, it's very simple, just ask the little girl beside you to do it. Arya. Yi Xian looked at Arya, and she said, ask Little White to do it. Little White grinned, and then she looked at the figure below and sniffed lightly. In an instant, countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards Little White. In next to no time, something seemed to vanish from the surface of the lake. A moment later, a middle-aged man broke out of the water. After he emerged, the middle-aged man took a deep breath greedily, and then he looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Thank you for saving my life. Yi Xian smiled. I can't do anything to you if you leave now. The middle-aged man shook his head. A man keeps his word. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, 3 years. You just have to follow me for 3 years. After 3 years, you can leave on your own. The middle-aged man immediately bowed slightly. Thank you. Yi Xian turned around to look at the temple. Actually, he felt slightly guilty. Could it be that his father was really just trying to trick him? Right at this moment, the temple's door suddenly opened, and a voice suddenly sounded out from within. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Young master. Yi Xian was stunned. He's calling me? Could this be an inheritance that Dad left behind for me? Yi Xian instantly became excited. No, it's an inheritance. Dad doesn't seem to be dead yet. P.S. I solemnly promise that I won't use a sword anymore. Even if I do use a sword, I'll use a proper sword and never go to a dark alley like that. Even if I go to a dark alley, it won't affect the update. Sigh. Once I enter a sword, I'll stop updating. Chapter 1674. Young Master. This young master caused everyone present to be dumbfounded, including the middle-aged man who just came out. He knew that the green-robed man had gone in, but the green-robed man had come out not long after. What was going on? Meanwhile, an old man walked out from the temple. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the old man. A concept expert. Concept. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Aren't you also an intent realm? The middle-aged man bitterly smiled. I'm not. I can only be considered a pseudo-concept. Yi Xian was puzzled. Pseudo-intent realm? The middle-aged man nodded. Most of the people here only have the pseudo-intent realm. That is, everyone can separate their consciousness from their body and divine soul. Then they can seize another body and be reborn. Everyone here is in the same situation. Yi Xian said in a low voice. What if it's a true intent realm master? The middle-aged man said. If it's a true intent realm expert, then he wouldn't need to seize another body to be reborn. Because as long as his consciousness isn't destroyed, he'll be able to reform his body and soul. However, it might take a lot of time. On the other hand, we are utterly unable to reform our fleshly body and divine soul, and can only seize another's body to be reborn. However, doing this is a heaven-defying action. It's inhumane. Not only will we be rejected by the great Tao, but we will also be rejected by our own bodies. This kind of rebirth will greatly reduce our strength, because this body is not our own. Yi Xian understood. No wonder he felt weird earlier. So that was the reason. At this moment, the old man in the distance had already walked in front of Yi Xian and the others. Arya glanced at the old man, and continued to lick the candied fruit. The elder looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young master. Young master. The middle-aged man next to Yi Xian gave Yi Xian a deep look. The old man in front of him was a genuine concept powerhouse. Just how terrifying was that azure-robed man to be able to make a concept realm master submit? Yi Xian looked at the old man. Senior, you know my father? The old man nodded. Yes. Young master, follow me. With that, he turned around and walked towards the temple. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then followed her. At this moment, the old man suddenly stopped and glanced at Amulian and the others. Only the young master can come alone. Arya was a little dissatisfied. We're with little Xuanzi. The old man glanced at Arya and little White. You two can come too. Clearly, this was to prevent Li Tianhua and Amulian. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Can they go together? After a moment of silence, the old man said, All right. Yi Xian looked at Amulian and Li Tianhua and smiled. Let's go. Under the old man's lead, the group walked towards the temple. When he entered the temple, he saw a very old statue. It was a monk holding a Buddha statue with a benevolent look on his face. Yi Xian asked curiously, Senior, where are we? The old man said, Temple. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but the old man said, I'll explain it to you later. Yi Xian nodded. All right. It didn't take long for them to enter a large hall. There was only a single statue in the hall, and there was an offering table below the statue. It was very simple, and it even lacked a leg. There was an old and shabby cushion below the offering table. The old man knelt down and said the name of Buddha. After a while, he stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Young master, can you give me a drop of blood? I'd like to verify your identity. Verify his identity. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. He didn't think too much about it, and he pointed with his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall before the old man. The old man glanced at the drop of blood, and then he nodded slightly. That's right. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and waited for his explanation. The old man glanced outside the temple in the distance, and then he said softly, Young master, do you know where this place is? Yi Xian shook his head. The old man said, Prison. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Prison? The old man nodded. A very big prison. Yi Xian asked, Did my father imprison them? The old man shook his head. No. Yi Xian continued to ask, then. The old man said, It's you, young master. Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment his expression changed slightly. You mean God Yi? The old man nodded. Yi Xian was silent, and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect that place to be created by God Yi. The old man said softly, God Yi discovered many pseudo-realm powerhouses back then. Those people didn't enter reincarnation, but chose to reincarnate instead. God Yi naturally wouldn't allow that kind of behavior, but he didn't kill those people directly. Instead, he imprisoned them here. Yi Xian suddenly asked, why wouldn't he allow it? The old man said, to disrupt the order of reincarnation. Those people survived in another way, which was destroying his order, so he wouldn't allow it. As he said that, he looked into the distance and said softly, unfortunately, he wasn't able to maintain the order he established in the end. Yi Xian said, the other dimensional people? The old man shook his head. Not only that, God Yi's matter is much more complicated than you think, young master. As for the specifics, I'm not particularly sure. Yi Xian asked, then why are you here, senior? The old man said, Kongmi. Young master can just call me Kongmi. The reason I'm here is because of the Swordmaster. Yi Xian asked, my father asked you to be here? Kongmi nodded. Yi Xian continued to ask, what are you doing? Kongmi looked at Yi Xian. Waiting for you, young master. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, what are you waiting for me for? Kongmi suddenly took out a black box and handed it to Yi Xian. This box was left behind by the Swordmaster, and there's an item inside. If young master is willing to take it, you can use the item inside to destroy the other dimensional people. Yi Xian looked at Kongmi. What if I don't take it? Kongmi said, the matter of the other dimensional people will be resolved by young master yourself. The Swordmaster and I won't interfere again, unless young master fails. Yi Xian asked solemnly, if I take the box, will I be punished? Kongmi shook his head. No. However, young master will never be able to surpass the Swordmaster and Senior Tianming. Never be able to surpass his father and Qing. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this time, his father wasn't joking with him. Kongmi continued, young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if young master is willing to hear it. Yi Xian nodded, speak. Kongmi said, young master, have you ever thought of surpassing the Swordmaster and Senior Tianming? Yi Xian nodded. Kongmi said, then don't take this box. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Kongmi said, because this box will help young master solve all your current problems. In front of young master, even the powerful other dimensional people will be annihilated with a flick of a finger. However, young master will never be able to reach the heights of the Swordmaster and Senior Tianming. He paused, then continued. This is a shortcut that the Swordmaster left for young master. If young master wants to walk this path, he won't stop you. However, he doesn't want you to walk this path, because the path you're walking on was paved by him. He hopes that you'll be able to walk your own path. After a long silence, Yi Xian said softly, I understand. Kongmi looked at Yi Xian. Young master, do you want to take it? Yi Xian glanced at the box and smiled. Can this thing really help me solve all my problems? Kongmi nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Kongmi. Even the other dimensional people can be annihilated? Even the other dimensional people can be annihilated? Kongmi nodded. Annihilated with a flick of a finger. Annihilated with a flick of a finger. Yi Xian blinked. Can I take a look? Kongmi nodded. Sure. As he said this, he opened the box. Inside the box was a small sword. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Kongmi said. The Swordmaster's token. Yi Xian picked up the token and sized it up. What's the use of this Swordmaster's token? Kongmi wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian asked. I can't say. Kongmi said. This token can mobilize anyone under the Swordmaster's command. Anyone who sees this token must obey it unconditionally. It can be said that if young master holds this token, his life will be smooth sailing for the rest of his life. At the side, Arya suddenly said, cheating. Cheating. Everyone looked at Arya. Yi Xian was a little curious. What's cheating? Arya thought about it, then said, It's equivalent to cheating. Yi Xian was speechless. Arya glanced at the token and said, "Little Xuanzi, if you don't want it, give it to me. I want it." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Arya, you're really not holding back." Kongmi suddenly put away the token. This thing can't be given to Arya. He hadn't met Arya, but he'd heard of her. If he gave this token to Arya, it might cause a mess. These two little fellows were lawless to begin with. When she saw Kongmi put away the token, Arya looked at him with some displeasure, and she wanted to snatch it from him. Kongmi felt rather helpless at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "How many forces does my father have under his command?" Kongmi shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian was stunned. "You don't know?" Kongmi nodded. "I don't know the specifics, but it should be quite a lot." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Father is already invincible, so why does he still want to create so many forces? Kongmi hesitated, then said, "There are two reasons. First, some forces weren't created by him, such as our divine temple. Back then, we automatically recognized him as our master in order to thank him for saving our lives. To put it bluntly, we wanted to cling to him by force." Yi Xian was speechless. Kongmi continued, "The second reason. The reason why the Swordmaster didn't refuse is probably because of you, young master." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Me?" Kongmi nodded. "Do you know why the Swordmaster doesn't save the people here?" Yi Xian shook his head. Kongmi said, "It's not that he doesn't want to save them, but the people here are actually not good people. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're extremely evil. Moreover, the people here have great resentment in their hearts. If you go out, they'll definitely take revenge on you." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Take revenge on me?" Kongmi glanced at Yi Xian. "Young master, have you forgotten that you have another identity?" "God Yi." Hearing that, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. "That's right. If these guys knew that I'm God Yi, won't they kill me after I go out? If those people join forces, I would definitely not be able to contend against them at the moment. At that time, there would be the other dimensional people outside, and these F***ers inside. How am I supposed to play?" Kongmi continued. "So, the Swordmaster wants you to solve this yourself, young master. Whether you save them or not, it's all up to you." Yi Xian was silent. Kongmi continued. "Young master, do you want this token?" Yi Xian looked at the token. With this token, his life would immediately be turned on. What other dimensional people? They're all trash. To take it or not. Chapter 1675. Yi Xian shook his head. He rejected this token. As Arya said, if he took this token, his life would be equivalent to turning on cheating mode. What otherworldly people? They're all trash. But he knew that his dad and Qing would definitely be disappointed. Especially Qing She had always hoped that she could truly grow up and become an expert of her level. And he also wanted to become an expert of the same level as his dad and Qing. As Kongmi said, if he took this token, he would never be able to surpass his dad and Qing. Because if he encountered any problems in the future, he would rely on his dad and Qing. His principle was that as long as the enemy wasn't too abnormal, he wouldn't use his dad and Qing. If the enemy was too abnormal, to the point of being abnormal, he definitely wouldn't care about their backing. "I'm about to die. You still won't let me call for help?" F***CKU. Seeing Yi Xian refuse, Kongmi nodded slightly. "Young master, do you want to choose to release these prisoners now?" Yi Xian turned to look outside the temple. He could feel countless powerful auras. Obviously, those people had followed him here. Release? Yi Xian was silent. If he released them, once these people found out his true identity, they might join hands to kill him. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What does my dad mean?" Kongmi said, "Swordmaster means that young master can resolve it himself." Resolve it himself. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. "Elder Kong, can you do me a favor?" Kongmi nodded. "Sure." Yi Xian smiled. "Elder Kongmi has been here for so long. Who do you think is worth saving among those people outside?" Kongmi was silent. Obviously, this young master wanted to choose who to save. After a long silence, Kongmi said, "Young master, I suggest that you don't save them." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Kongmi said solemnly, "They're all hidden dangers. Because if they knew your true identity, they would definitely not let it go." Yi Xian smiled and said, "But father promised them. And he sent me here. Obviously he wants me to release these people." Kongmi looked at Yi Xian. "Can young master subdue these people?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I'll give it a try." Kongmi asked, "What if you can't subdue it?" Yi Xian shrugged. "If they can't, then let them fend for themselves. They were imprisoned by God Yi anyway. It has nothing to do with me." His attitude towards God Yi was that he acknowledged all the good things that God Yi had done, and he would not reject any of God Yi's inheritance. As for the other matters, it would depend on the situation. Yi Xian looked inside the temple and said, "Does my father have anything else to give me?" Kongmi shook his head. "No more." Yi Xian was speechless. He was too stingy. A moment later, Yi Xian left the temple with a group of people. After leaving the temple, Yi Xian looked around and slowly closed his eyes. After a while he suddenly said, "Elder Kong, have you come into contact with God Yi?" Kongmi nodded. "I have." Yi Xian smiled. "What kind of person is he?" Kongmi was silent for a moment, then said, "A very terrifying person." "Very terrifying." Yi Xian turned to look at Kongmi. "How terrifying?" Kongmi said, "Among the people I know, he's second only to the Swordmaster." Yi Xian asked, "He's already surpassed in 10th realm?" Kongmi smiled bitterly. "He's far surpassed." "Far surpassed," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Then why did he lose to the alien dimension back then?" Kongmi sighed softly. "This matter is extremely complicated, but the Swordmaster asked me to investigate. There were 3 reasons why God Yi lost to the alien dimension back then. First, the alien dimension was not weak, and there was a super expert in their clan. That person was not much weaker than God Yi. Second, there was an unknown force involved." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "An unknown force involved?" Kongmi nodded. "Yes. However, my ability is limited and I can't find this unknown force. The Swordmaster has already sent someone to investigate. There should be results by now." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, "What's the 3rd reason?" Kongmi said, "Miss Dao Yi." Dao Yi. Yi Xian's expression changed subtly when he heard that name. Kongmi continued, "Miss Dao Yi's sudden betrayal back then was a key point. In fact, with God Yi's ability, he could have killed Miss Dao Yi, but he didn't choose to do so. Even if there was an unknown force involved, he wouldn't have fallen. However, Miss Dao Yi's attack." As he said that, he shook his head and said no more. And Yi Xian had figured it out. God Yi chose not to harm Dao Yi even at death's door. Dao Yi felt guilty for the rest of her life because of that. Dao Yi told him not to save her. It was obvious that living was a form of pain for her. For the sake of her clan and her sister, she betrayed God Yi. Now her clan and sister had abandoned her. Yi Xian sighed softly. Dao Yi should not have ended up like this. Kongmi continued, "God Yi isn't that simple. According to my investigation, he's also extremely mysterious. He's not from the alien dimension, let alone the alien dimension. He's also not from this universe. As for who he is, I can't find out. Swordmaster should already know. If you want to know, you can ask him." Yi Xian smiled. "Elder Kong, you mentioned that there are many mysterious forces under my father. Apart from you, do you know anything else?" Kongmi said, "Sword Alliance and Skyline Palace." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Sword Alliance? Skyline Palace?" Kongmi nodded. "Sword Alliance is the alliance of the sword. Everyone in it is a top-notch swordsman, and their identities aren't simple. They only listen to Swordmaster's orders. If young master accepts this Swordmaster's order, you can mobilize the experts in Sword Alliance. As long as Sword Alliance's experts take action, it won't be difficult to destroy the alien dimension." Yi Xian blinked. "Is it that terrifying?" Kongmi smiled bitterly. "Young master, I've realized that you seem to know very little about Swordmaster." Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. "I've only been with him recently. As for his other matters, I basically don't know anything. Kongmi fell silent for a moment before he said, the stronger one is, the more reverence they have towards Swordmaster. Even the top-notch swordsman experts in Sword Alliance revere Swordmaster like a god. Yi Xian said in a light voice, I understand. Right, what kind of power is Skyline Palace? Kongmi shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian looked at Kongmi. Kongmi smiled bitterly. This power is rather mysterious. I only heard Swordmaster mention it once. As for anything else, I don't know. I didn't investigate it without Swordmaster's orders. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Kong, how many experts does Divine Temple have? Elder Kong hesitated for a moment before he said, 16. Below me, there's a martial monk, a scholarly monk, and 13 traveling monks. Yi Xian was slightly curious. What's their strength? Elder Kong replied, intent. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Li Tianhua's expression instantly changed. On the other hand, Amulian's expression remained calm. Yi Xian gazed at Kongmi. 16 experts with intent? Kongmi nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, didn't they say that experts with intent don't appear anymore? Elder Kong smiled and said, we've lived for a very long time. Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. Elder Kong and the others were once experts with intent. Elder Kong continued. Actually, experts with intent can appear now as well. Besides the quintessence of the Grand Tao, primordial violet energy can be obtained as well. As he spoke, he glanced at Snowy, who was on Arya's shoulder. Yi Xian said in a low voice, can it really be done? Elder Kong nodded. It can. However, ordinary people are utterly unable to obtain primordial violet energy. Only our own people have a chance to obtain it. Yi Xian glanced at Snowy, and he decided in his heart that he would definitely utilize this little fellow to foster Ah Ming and the others into intent experts before his father left. Right at this moment, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared nearby. The gray-robed old man glanced at Elder Kong with a trace of fear in his eyes. Elder Kong glanced at the gray-robed old man and retreated behind Yi Xian. The gray-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian. You're the reincarnation of God Yi. Obviously, he had already recognized Yi Xian's identity. Yi Xian smiled. You can say that. The gray-robed old man said ferociously. God Yi, to think that you would have such a day. You damned. At this moment, Elder Kong suddenly waved his right hand. Boom. The gray-robed old man was forcefully pressed to the ground by a powerful force. He could not move at all. Kongmi glanced coldly at the gray-robed old man. Watch your words when speaking to the young master. If there's a next time, this old monk doesn't mind sending you off on the spot. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the gray-robed old man's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to get up, but he could not get up at all. At this moment he was terrified. A true expert with intent. The old monk in front of him was a true expert with intent. Yi Xian looked into the distance and shouted, I'm God Yi. God Yi. As soon as he said that, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Soon, countless people appeared in the field. Apart from humans, there were also demonic beasts. There were hundreds of them. Yi Xian was a little confused when he saw so many pseudo-intent experts. That many? In the field, all the pseudo-intent experts were looking at Yi Xian with unfriendly gazes. God Yi. Why weren't they imprisoned here? It was all because of God Yi. He was the culprit. Hundreds of people. That was too terrifying. Yi Xian was panicking. Wasn't that too pretentious earlier? At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out and looked at Yi Xian. You haven't awakened yet. Not awakened. Yi Xian was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly grinned. God Yi, this is what you get. As he said that, he pointed angrily at Yi Xian. Everyone, God Yi has reincarnated and hasn't awakened yet. As long as we kill him, today will be the day of our freedom. Kill him. As soon as he said that, he rushed out. All around, the pseudo-intent experts rushed out. Killing Yi Xian would give them freedom. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw that. Damn it, this is too much. At that moment, Kongmi suddenly said coldly, Who dares to touch the young master? As soon as he said that, The space on both sides of Yi Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, 15 monks slowly walked out. 15 Intent Realm experts. In the distance, all the pseudo-Intent Realm experts stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Intent Realm experts. They were true Intent Realm experts. Moreover, there were 16 of them. What's going on? The middle-aged man at the front was a little embarrassed because he had already rushed in front of Yi Xian and raised his fist. What should I do? The middle-aged man knew that if his fist landed, his soul would be destroyed immediately. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The 16 Intent Realm experts were also looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then slowly retracted his hand. Following that, he bowed respectfully. Young Master Yi, can you give me a chance to reorganize my words? Everyone was speechless. P.S. If you don't vote and I don't vote, when will Green Phoenix make its debut? 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me, and Green Phoenix will debut tomorrow. Recently, I've been reflecting on my problems during this period of time. In conclusion, I feel that I've been updating a little too slowly. Moreover, it's a little lacking, and there's also a little water from time to time. Chapter 1676. At this moment, the middle-aged man was extremely aggrieved. How did over a dozen Intent Realm experts suddenly appear? Where did these people come from? Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. Sure. The middle-aged man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Obviously, Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, can you let us out? Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. They'd intended to use force, but based on the current situation, it seemed like it was impossible for them to do so. Since they couldn't use force, then they could only use force. However, Yi Xian shook his head. No. The expressions of many pseudo-Intent Realm experts instantly sank when they heard this. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian glanced at them. God Yi imprisoned all of you. All of you should know why. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. We destroyed his order. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. What's your name? The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. Shan Lin. Yi Xian smiled. Shan Lin, do you think we should destroy his order? Shan Lin hesitated for a moment and said, This, Yi Xian suddenly said. Of course we should. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled. Even ants want to live, let alone humans? Is it wrong for all of you to want to live? I don't think it's wrong. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with an odd look on their faces. What's going on? This God Yi is a little different. Yi Xian continued. Everyone, I think that all of you have the right to live. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, are you really the reincarnation of God Yi? I'm starting to doubt it now. The other pseudo-Intent Realm experts revealed bewildered expressions as well. Is he really God Yi? Yi Xian smiled. I am indeed God Yi. There's no need to doubt this. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd and said, Everyone, I've actually come here to rescue you all. However, the moment I entered, I sensed your malicious intent. Sigh, I'm in a very difficult position right now. Who is it? The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian suddenly roared. Who is being disrespectful to young Master Yi? Who is it? As he spoke, he glanced coldly at everyone present. Everyone. Yi Xian continued. Everyone, I'm a straightforward person, and I'm also an upright person. I don't like to be showy, and I don't like to deceive people. Therefore, I'll be straightforward. The main purpose of my visit this time is to let you all out. God Yi is God Yi, and I, Yi Xian, am Yi Xian. Of course, I'm also God Yi, but as everyone knows, I haven't fully awakened yet, so I'm Yi Xian now. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, What are your conditions? The one who spoke was an old man. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. F***CK, someone's finally taking the bait. Yi Xian said with a straight face, Conditions. No conditions. No conditions. No conditions. The old man glanced at Yi Xian with a look of obvious disbelief. Yi Xian turned to look at Kongmi. How do I get in touch with the seal here? Kongmi said. It's very simple. There's a sealing principle here. You can remove it as soon as you speak. Yi Xian blinked. It's that simple? Kongmi smiled bitterly. It's simple for you, but for others, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even I can't move that sealing principle. Yi Xian raised his head and glanced at it, then said, Remove the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly became illusory. Gradually, it seemed as though something was rapidly flowing away. Kongmi spoke solemnly by Yi Xian's side. Young master, are you really going to let them go just like that? Yi Xian smiled and remained silent. It didn't take long for the seal to vanish completely. As soon as the seal vanished, the pseudo-intent experts in the surroundings instantly seethed with excitement. The seal had really vanished. The pseudo-intent experts were about to leave when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I wonder if all of you are interested in taking a step further. All of them instantly stopped moving when they heard this. Take a step further? Isn't that intent? All of them gazed at Yi Xian. Shanlin hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, what do you mean by that? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm asking if all of you want to attain intent. Shanlin spoke solemnly. Of course. But does young Master Yi have a way? Yi Xian gazed at Snowy. Snowy understood his intentions, and she waved her claw, causing a strand of violet energy to float over to Shanlin. Shanlin instantly became excited when he saw that strand of violet energy. This. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you believe me now? Shanlin gazed at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, what do you want me to do? Yi Xian smiled and said, It's like this. It won't be long before the extra-dimensional beings attack our world. My strength alone is truly limited, so. Shanlin immediately said, I, Shanlin, am willing to follow young Master Yi. Yi Xian gazed at Shanlin and said, The extra-dimensional beings are very strong. Shanlin roared with laughter and said, Like hell I'm afraid. Young Master Yi, if you're willing to help me attain intent, then my life is yours. If you don't believe me, then I can swear on it. Yi Xian remained silent. Shanlin instantly became slightly anxious. Young Master Yi, I Shanlin am a man of my words. So long as you help me attain intent, then I swear to follow you for the rest of my life. Yi Xian smiled and said, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to attain intent with 100% certainty. Shanlin said, I understand. As long as young Master Yi can provide me with that primordial violet qi. Yi Xian continued, that qi is very precious. Shanlin smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Yi, if you have any conditions, just tell me. As long as you don't want me to die, I'll agree to any condition. Yi Xian glanced at the pseudo-intent realm experts and asked, What about you guys? Some of them remained silent. Some of them expressed their willingness to follow Yi Xian. Intent. This temptation was something they couldn't refuse. Yi Xian smiled and said, If you want to leave, then you can do so now. I won't force you. If you don't want to leave and want to follow me, then I'll do my best to help you attain intent. However, I have a condition, and that is I hope that everyone will defend against the extra-dimensional beings with me. At this time, an old man suddenly said, Just defend against the extra-dimensional beings? Yi Xian glanced at the old man and said, There might be something else, but the main thing is to defend against the extra-dimensional beings. The old man said in a deep voice, What else? Yi Xian smiled and said, You can leave. I don't need you to join me. The old man was stunned. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said, I'll put it another way. If you're willing to stay, then you must listen to my orders. If you're willing to stay, then I'll do my best to help you attain intent. If you're not willing, then you can leave now. I won't stop you. Shanlin quickly said, I'll stay. I'm willing to stay. Young Master Yi, please accept me. I can do any position. Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn, this guy can't be gay, right? Shanlin smiled and said, Young Master Yi, please accept me. Yi Xian nodded and said, From now on you'll follow me. Shanlin was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Greetings, young Master Yi. Soon some people started walking behind Yi Xian. Obviously, they had decided to follow Yi Xian. Intent. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't give up. However, there were still some who were skeptical. Some chose to leave, but only a few. Yi Xian looked at the red-haired woman in the white dress. She was the first person he came into contact with. She did not leave, but she did not come over either. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss, do you have anything to say?" The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian. "What would you do if you suddenly awaken?" Suddenly awaken. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. At that moment, they suddenly remembered that Yi Xian was God Yi. Yi Xian was easy to talk to now, but what if he awakened? Back then, God Yi was not easy to talk to at all. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Even if I awaken, I won't imprison you anymore. As long as you fight against the alien races with me, all your mistakes will be written off." The woman in the white dress suddenly said, "What mistakes did we make? We just want to live. You said it yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live, isn't it?" Since there's nothing wrong with wanting to live, why would God Yi imprison us? Yi Xian looked at the woman in the white dress. "Can you beat God Yi?" The woman in the white dress stared at Yi Xian. "I can't," Yi Xian said calmly. "With all due respect, since you can't beat him, what can you do even if he kills you?" The woman stared at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian continued, "Why didn't you question God Yi like that back then?" The woman in the white dress did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "You didn't question God Yi back then because you knew that you didn't have the right to question him. Or rather, you didn't dare to. His fists are big, so he set the rules. If he wants you to abide by this order, you must abide by it. I understand you, but it doesn't mean that I think God Yi is wrong. At the end of the day, it's still a matter of strength. Miss, if you're stronger than God Yi, would you still have to suffer like this? The problem is that you're not as strong as God Yi." The woman in the white dress's expression was a little ugly. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd. "I won't comment on God Yi's actions. Now, if you're willing to follow me to protect this universe, I can guarantee you that you'll all be free in the future. Not only that, but you'll also have the opportunity to reach the true meaning realm. Of course, you can leave now. I won't stop you." The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian. "It's the same question. What if you awaken?" Yi Xian glared at the woman. "Why do you have so many questions?" The woman said angrily. "Can't I just ask? Why are you being so fierce?" Yi Xian was speechless. "Damn it. Am I being fierce or are you being fierce?" Yi Xian glanced at the crowd. Everyone was looking at him. It was obvious that everyone was worried about that issue. In comparison, Yi Xian was easy to talk to and understood them. However, if it was God Yi, it would be a different story. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Don't worry, I won't let God Yi awaken." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You want to kill him?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman gave him a thumbs up. "You're really awesome." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1677. Everyone's expressions became strange when they heard Yi Xian's words. This guy actually didn't want God Yi to awaken. How amazing! In fact, they didn't know that Yi Xian and God Yi had become one, but Yi Xian was the leader now. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Have all of you decided?" The others nodded in succession. In fact, even if God Yi awakened in the future, they would still follow Yi Xian. After all, that might be their only chance to break through to Intent Realm. They had no choice, unless they wanted to wait for death. Yi Xian glanced at everyone, and then he looked at the woman in white. "What about you?" The woman in white didn't speak and walked behind Yi Xian. Her meaning was obvious. Yi Xian glanced at everyone. There were at least 460 pseudo-Intent Realm experts here. Needless to say, that was a terrifying number. It would be even more terrifying if all of them could attain true Intent Realm. That would depend on Little White. At that moment, Kongmi suddenly said, "Young master, we have to go." Yi Xian looked at Kongmi. Aren't you coming with me? Kongmi smiled. I can't. No. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. We'll meet again. Kongmi nodded as well. We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the old monks by his side gradually became illusory, and it wasn't long before the 16 of them vanished. The pseudo-intent realm experts here heaved sighs of relief when they saw the 16 of them vanish. They still felt pressured when facing true intent realm experts. The pressure was too great. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. Just like that, Yi Xian left the prison with a few hundred people, and he directly sent them to the 9th dimension to look for Ah Ming and the others. Of course, he gave them some violet energy when they left. After obtaining the violet qi, these people were extremely excited. The violet energy wasn't inferior to the origin of the Great Tao at all. Moreover, they truly saw hope. The hope of attaining intent. However, Yi Xian was still on guard because he knew that these people were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans. He was only temporarily stabilizing these people. He had not truly subdued them yet. Yi Xian did not return directly. Instead, he brought Little White and Arya to the heaven-splitting race. He had to talk to his father. By the lake, Yi Xian found the azure-robed man. The azure-robed man laughed and said, "Sit." Yi Xian sat beside the green-robed man. The green-robed man laughed. "I knew you wouldn't choose to take that token." Yi Xian asked, "Is this a test?" The green-robed man nodded. "You can say that." Yi Xian turned to look at the green-robed man. "What if I take that token?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "You are still my son. Daddy will protect you forever." Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart warmed. "If I had known earlier, I would have taken it." The green-robed man laughed. "You wouldn't." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why?" The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "Because you are my son." Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man looked into the distance and said softly, "Do you know what you are going to face next?" Yi Xian nodded. "I know." The green-robed man laughed. "Are you confident that you can face it yourself?" Yi Xian asked. "What if I can't handle it?" The green-robed man laughed and said, "If you can't handle it, call me. Daddy will always be here." Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man. "You let me live in the past purely to train me?" The green-robed man said softly, "I regret it." "Regret?" Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man laughed. "I should have grown up with you all these years." Yi Xian didn't say anything. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. "Don't blame Daddy, okay?" Yi Xian was silent for a long time. He looked up at the green-robed man. "Is there anything in it?" The green-robed man's expression froze. He slapped Yi Xian's head and scolded with a smile. "Hammer my ass. You are asking for a beating." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Daddy, before you leave, can I make a few conditions?" The green-robed man nodded. "Say it." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "I want Little White and Arya to follow me." The green-robed man shook his head. "No, you will be in more danger if they follow you. Especially Little White. If she follows you, you will be in a terrible situation." Yi Xian was about to speak when the green-robed man laughed. "I know what you mean. You want her purple aura, right?" Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man pointed with his finger, and a storage ring appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was puzzled. "This is..." The green-robed man said, "Great Tao Source Crystals. There are more than 10,000 of them. If you use them properly, it won't be difficult to cultivate a group of experts with concepts." Yi Xian immediately put it away. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Isn't the Great Tao Source Crystals already gone? Daddy, why do you still have them?" The green-robed man laughed. "It's just that this universe and the alternate dimension don't have them, but it doesn't mean that other places don't have them." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. "How big is this universe?" The green-robed man shook his head. "I don't know. However, I feel that this universe is endless." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Endless?" The green-robed man nodded. "Yes, it is." Yi Xian said softly, "Daddy, can you tell me something interesting about this universe?" The green-robed man laughed. You can explore it yourself in the future. Yixian nodded. All right, the green-robed man said again. I'm leaving. Yixian looked at the green-robed man. Where are you going? The green-robed man laughed. The universe is so big. I want to take a look and also find some opponents. After all, the three of us are too lonely. You can't understand that kind of loneliness, Yixian said in a deep voice. Do you want to lose? The green-robed man nodded. Yes, because only by losing can we advance further. Actually, at this point he didn't continue. Yixian was curious. Actually what? The green-robed man said softly. Both Tianming and I are worried about you. We want you to be safe, but we also hope that you can grow up and become stronger than us. Do you understand Daddy's meaning? Yixian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man stood up and smiled. Then it's time for us to part ways. Yixian looked at the green-robed man. Will you take Mother with you? The green-robed man smiled. Do you want me to take her away? Yixian nodded. She's suffering too much. The green-robed man laughed. He turned around and looked. Nanner, did you hear that? Yixian turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking over slowly. It was Dong Linen. At this moment, there were 2 streams of tears on Dong Linen's cheeks. Dong Linen walked in front of Yixian. She looked at the green-robed man. I want to stay with him. The green-robed man shook his head. Follow me. Let him walk on his own from now on. Dong Linen was about to say something. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, Mother, go with him. Hearing this, Dong Linen's body trembled slightly. She turned around and looked at Yixian. Her voice trembled. You. What did you call me? Yixian smiled. Mother. The tears in Dong Linen's eyes gushed out like a broken dam. Seeing this, Yixian sighed softly. He held Dong Linen's hand. I don't hate you anymore. I don't hate Father either. Dong Linen held Yixian's hand tightly. Yixian smiled. Let me grow on my own. I believe that I won't be any worse than Father. Hearing this, the green-robed man laughed. Kid, it's not that I want to discourage you, but it's extremely difficult for you to surpass me. I'm afraid there won't be a second man as outstanding as your father in this universe. Yixian was speechless. Dong Linen glared at the green-robed man. You only know how to brag. Back then you were beaten badly by Tianming. Hearing this, the green-robed man's face immediately darkened. This was the most disgraceful thing he had ever done. Dong Linen looked at Yixian and said with a smile, You will definitely surpass him in the future. Yixian burst out laughing. Then he said, Dad, Mom, just go. The green-robed man looked at Yixian. Can you really handle it by yourself? Yixian nodded. Yes. The green-robed man smiled. Good. After that, he turned to look at Arya and Xiaobai not far away. We're leaving. Arya blinked. Let's go. The green-robed man blinked. You're going to be separated from little Xuanzi. Aren't you going to give him some gifts? Arya's face was full of black lines. Brother Yang, how can you trick me and Xiaobai? The green-robed man laughed. Arya walked to Yixian with Xiaobai. Yixian quickly took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Arya and Xiaobai. There are candied haws inside. It's enough for you to eat for a long time. And I made them myself. Candied haws. Arya and Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up. Arya glanced at Yixian. Little Xuanzi, what do you want? Yixian shook his head quickly. No, I don't want anything. Arya shook her head. She opened her palm and took out a storage ring and handed it to Yixian. Yixian was a little curious. This is, Arya said, my scales. Every time I evolve, the original scales will fall off. These are the scales that fell off during my last evolution. Take them. Hearing that, Yixian was suddenly moved. Arya's scales. If it was made into a treasured armor, who the hell could kill him? Who could? Yixian took a deep breath and took the storage ring. Then he said, This. Since it's your kindness, Arya, then I'll accept it. Arya nodded. There's a bottle of my blood inside. You can use it to train your body in the future. Yixian smiled and said, Thank you, Arya. Arya said, We're on the same side. Don't stand on ceremony. Yixian's heart warmed. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai blinked and glanced at Arya. Arya shrugged and said, "Give it to me as you see fit." Xiaobai looked at Yixian. Yixian grinned and gently rubbed Xiaobai's little head. He really liked this little white fellow. She was really too cute. At this moment, the little white fellow turned around and rummaged through the storage ring. After rummaging for a long time, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yixian. When they saw this item, the green-robed man and Arya's expressions changed. The green-robed man immediately said, "This item won't do. Change it." Yixian was speechless. P.S. Monthly ticket. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 1678. Upon hearing the green-robed man's words, Yixian took the item in Little White's paw without saying a word. It was an arm guard. The arm guard was dark gold in color, and was as smooth as a mirror. At the top of the arm guard, there was a dark dragon, and at the end of the arm guard, there was a golden dragon. Yixian looked at the arm guard and then looked at the green-robed man. "Dad, this is?" The green-robed man looked at the white little guy helplessly. "You little guy. You're really generous." The white little guy blinked and then grinned. The green-robed man looked at Yixian. "Why don't you change it?" Yixian quickly said, "No way. This is a gift from Little White. Dad, don't do such an immoral thing." The green-robed man. At this time Arya suddenly said, "This is the beast god's arm." Yixian looked at Arya. "Beast god's arm?" Arya nodded. "There is the beast god's soul and 2 dragons inside. Those 2 dragons are not good, but the beast god's soul is not bad." Yixian quickly asked, "How powerful is it?" Arya licked the candied fruit. "Not as powerful as me anyway." Yixian. At this time the green-robed man suddenly laughed. "This thing is not suitable for you now." Yixian was puzzled. "Why?" The green-robed man said, "Because you are too weak to control this thing now." Yixian's face was full of black lines. "Mocking me again." The green-robed man said again, "The beast god's soul is not an ordinary demonic beast. It is a demonic beast far beyond the realm of intent realm. The strength of its soul is not something you can control now. In addition, the 2 dragons inside are also at the peak of intent realm. They are not something you can control now. You." At this time, Yixian suddenly said, "I have a way." The green-robed man blinked. "What way?" Yixian said seriously, "Dad, is it stronger than you?" The green-robed man laughed. "What do you think? Your father is invincible." The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. "Damn it, this old man of mine is too shameless." Yixian shook his head and continued, "Does this beast soul know of your existence?" The green-robed man nodded. "Of course I do." Yixian said solemnly, "You didn't kill him, did you?" The azure-robed man shook his head and smiled. "No, I just obtained this item by chance." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. "Do you really want this?" Yixian grinned. "If you don't object, I want it." After a moment of silence, the green-clothed man said, "If you take this item, then there will be karma, and you will have to bear this karma yourself. Think about it carefully." Yixian thought for a long time before saying, "I'll take it." Karma? What was he afraid of? If he couldn't stop the karma, he would push it onto his father. The green-clothed man nodded. "Then I'll give it to you. But remember, the power of this item far exceeds what you have now. Don't use it unless you have no other choice." Yixian nodded. "Okay." The green-clothed man smiled. "Then we'll be leaving." Yixian nodded. "Okay." The green-clothed man looked at Yixian. "You don't seem to be very sad that we're leaving." Yixian was speechless. The green-clothed man patted Yixian's shoulder and said softly, "Take good care of yourself." As he finished speaking, he disappeared with Dong Linen and the rest. They left without the slightest hesitation. They left. Yixian looked at the sky, feeling a little empty in his heart. This time his father had really left. From now on, he could only walk on his own. After a long time, Yixian shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw a box falling from the sky. Soon, the box landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the box. Inside the box was the Swordmaster's token. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, a loud laughter came from the depths of the distant starry sky. Your father will always protect you. Yi Xian's heart warmed. A moment later, he shook his head with a smile, put away the Swordmaster's token, and turned to leave. Somewhere in the depths of the distant starry sky, Dong Linen, who was beside the green-clothed man, said softly, I can't bear to part with him. The green-clothed man held Dong Linen's hand and said with a smile, Wait for him to come find us. Dong Linen nodded slightly. Soon, the green-clothed man and the rest disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. About 15 minutes later, a phantom suddenly appeared in the field. The phantom didn't exist in the dimension of space, but in the dimension of time. Moreover, with its appearance, the entire starry sky distorted. Because of this phantom, the dimension of time far exceeded the dimension of space, and the dimension of space couldn't withstand this dimension of time. A dimensional person. The phantom looked at the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, he was about to leave. At this moment, a sword suddenly tore through the sky, and the phantom wasn't even able to react before the sword pierced his forehead. Boom. In an instant, the dimension of time was reduced to nothingness. A few million kilometers away, the green-clothed man opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. There was a trace of blood on the tip of the sword. Dong Linen looked at the green-clothed man. What's wrong? The green-clothed man smiled. It's nothing. Let's go. Dong Linen glanced at the green-clothed man, and didn't ask anything else. In next to no time, the green-clothed man and the others vanished into the depths of the starry sky. The heaven-splitting clan. In a certain hall, there were only two people inside. Elder Mu and Amulian. Elder Mu spoke softly, 16 intense? Are you sure? Amulian nodded. Elder Mu remained silent for a long time before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. So the heaven-splitting clan is just an ant in this universe. Amulian remained silent. After coming into contact with Yi Xian's family, she realized that the heaven-splitting clan was nothing in this universe. Especially Yi Xian's father. He was an invincible existence. Elder Mu sighed softly. We're too short-sighted. It's no wonder our ancestors kept expanding and broadening their horizons. Only then could they improve. At that moment, an elder suddenly appeared in the hall. The elder bowed slightly. Clan leader, young Master Yi is outside. He wants to see the crown prince. The crown prince was naturally Amulian. Amulian said, I'll go out. Elder Mu nodded and watched Amulian walk out. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he didn't say anything. Outside the hall, Yi Xian looked at Amulian, who had walked out, and smiled. Miss Amulian. Amulian nodded. What's the matter? Yi Xian opened his palm, and there was a crystal in his palm. Great Tao Origin Crystal. Amulian's pupils shrank when she saw this Great Tao Origin Crystal. Great Tao Origin Crystal. A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. You know it? Amulian looked at Yi Xian. Where did you get it? Yi Xian said. My father gave it to me. Amulian said in a low voice. This item is extremely precious, precious to the point that countless Godly Reaper Realm and Pseudo-Intent Realm experts would go crazy over it. If a Godly Reaper Realm expert possesses this item, it's extremely likely for him to attain Intent Realm directly. If a Pseudo-Intent Realm expert possesses this item, he has a 90% chance of attaining Intent Realm directly. Because experts that can attain Pseudo-Intent Realm aren't ordinary. They're extremely terrifying to be able to attain Pseudo-Intent Realm without a Grand Tao source. If I had this item. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated gaze. This item is really precious. Yi Xian smiled. I'll give this to you. Amulian was slightly stunned. And then she said, For me? Yi Xian nodded. Take it. Amulian looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Amulian said in a low voice. You. Yi Xian suddenly placed the Great Tao Origin Crystal in Amulian's hand, and then he said, We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Amulian was slightly stunned where she stood. He gave it to her just like that? Amulian looked at the great Tao origin crystal in her hand and remained silent for a long time. Yi Xian returned to the place where God Yi had once resided, which was that lakeside hut. At that moment, only the disaster law was left in the hut. Seeing Yi Xian return, the disaster law was slightly stunned, and then it said, "He left." Yi Xian nodded. The disaster law was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Where's Ah Ming?" The disaster law said, "Breaking through to intent realm." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is there a chance?" The disaster law nodded. "There shouldn't be a problem." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and he glanced at the disaster law. "What about you?" The disaster law shook its head. "There isn't enough purple gas. In order to avoid any accidents, I'll take care of them first." Yi Xian immediately took out a great Tao origin crystal and placed it in front of the disaster law. "This is for you." A trace of surprise flashed in the disaster law's eyes. "Great Tao origin crystal. Why do you have it?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Don't ask so many questions. Go and break through to intent realm first." The disaster law glanced at Yi Xian and did not ask anything else. She picked up the great Tao origin crystal, got up, and left. At that moment, Yi Xian turned around, and hundreds of people appeared by the lakeside. All of them were pseudo-intent realm experts. The leader was Shanlin. He now had the ability to nurture these people to intent realm, but he was not confident that he could control them. Hundreds of intent realm experts. Only his father could keep it under control. Hence, he was a little hesitant. However, if he didn't give them a chance to see him, then they wouldn't work wholeheartedly for him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Shanlin." Shanlin hurriedly ran over to Yi Xian and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Yi, do you have any instructions for me?" Yi Xian gazed at Shanlin. "Do you want to attain intent?" Shanlin was stunned, and then he nodded madly. "Yes." Yi Xian opened his palm, and then a great Tao origin crystal appeared there. A great Tao origin crystal. Someone instantly exclaimed with shock. In an instant, the surroundings seethed with excitement. A great Tao origin crystal. In front of Yi Xian, Shanlin snatched the great Tao source crystal from Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, he was in a frenzied state. A great Tao origin crystal. It was exactly the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao that had forcefully obstructed his path towards the Grand Tao. If he was born a few 100,000 years earlier, then how could he, Shanlin, be inferior to anyone? As if he'd sensed something, Shanlin gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was still gazing at him with an icy cold gaze. At this moment, Shanlin recalled that young Master Yi didn't seem to have said that he would give it to me. Are you still not going to return it? Shanlin clenched the great Tao origin crystal tightly while his gaze gradually turned icy cold. Chapter 1679. After a short moment, Shanlin suddenly passed the Grand Tao Abyss crystal to Yi Xian, and he smiled embarrassedly. "Young Master Yi, I was slightly agitated. Please forgive me." Yi Xian said with a smile. "This is a great Tao origin crystal. If you run now, you can completely rely on this item to reach concept." Shanlin smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi is right. However, this belongs to young Master Yi. It will only be mine if young Master Yi gives it to me. If you don't give it to me, I can't take it away." He had thought of snatching it away. However, he did not choose to do so in the end. Reason triumphed over desire. Why? It was very simple. This young Master Yi in front of him was no ordinary person. The Grand Tao Source Crystal had already gone extinct in the past. Not to mention a Grand Tao Source Crystal, there wasn't even a trace of the quintessence of the Grand Tao. But now young Master Yi had actually taken out a Grand Tao Source Crystal. Great Tao Origin Crystals. Shanlin was very clear that if he were to steal this Origin Crystal, it was extremely likely that he would be killed. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you really not going to take it away?" Shanlin shook his head. "Young Master Yi, I'm very tempted, but I'll say it again. If young Master Yi gives it to me, I want it. If not, I don't want it." Yi Xian looked at Shanlin for a moment and smiled. It's for you. Shanlin hesitated for a moment and said, This is too valuable. I can't. At this point he shook his head and sighed. Sigh. Forget it. Since it's young Master Ye's kind intentions, if I refuse, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to young Master Yi? As he spoke, he hurriedly took the Great Tao Origin Crystal. Yi Xian shook his head and laughed. You're really thick-skinned. Shanlin laughed and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Xian was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He looked into the distance and saw that the pseudo-intent realm experts were looking at Shanlin with unkind expressions. Obviously, he wanted to snatch it. Shanlin instantly became vigilant when he saw this scene. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, What, you guys want to snatch it? Those pseudo-intent realm experts looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled and said, If all of you want to seize it, then you can make a move right now. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and over a dozen Great Tao Origin crystals appeared in his hand. I still have some here. Do you want to snatch them? The expressions of those pseudo-concept experts instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. There were still so many. Yi Xian's smile gradually turned cold. Come on. Come and snatch it. Don't be scared. When they saw this scene, not only did those false concept realm experts not dare to attack, their eyes were even filled with fear. In fact, they didn't even dare to make a move. It should be known that Yi Xian previously had 16 concepts powerhouses behind him. 16 concepts powerhouses. These 16 people were more than enough to sweep away everyone present. Yi Xian turned to look at Shanlin and said, Stay here and try to break through to the intent realm. My men will protect you in secret. Shanlin bowed respectfully. Thank you, young Master Yi. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the Grand Tao Origin crystal in his hand. As the source of the Great Tao entered, Shanlin began to tremble. That was awesome. Shanlin's body started to madly absorb the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao, and his aura instantly rose explosively. The pseudo-intent experts in the distance were instantly unable to maintain their composure when they witnessed this scene. As for Yi Xian, he turned around and returned to the bamboo house. Read. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait for Ah Ming and the others to reach concepts before deciding to train these pseudo-concept powerhouses. Right now, there were too few experts in this universe. It was still a bit difficult to deal with the alien dimensional race. At the lakeside, the pseudo-intent realm experts glanced at each other. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress in the crowd suddenly said, His father was able to make 16 intent realm experts submit. Do all of you think he's an ordinary person? Everyone fell silent. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The woman in a white dress said, Grand Tao Origin crystals had already gone extinct during our era, and there isn't even a trace of the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao. However, he had casually taken out so many of them. What does that mean? All of them gazed at the woman in a white dress, and she spoke softly. It means that his father is even more terrifying than we imagined. Moreover, he actually gave away Grand Tao Origin crystals. In other words, the Grand Tao Origin crystals aren't precious to him and his father at all. She paused for a moment when she spoke up to hear, and then she concluded, Think about it yourself since he's able to look down on Grand Tao Origin crystals like that. Think about it. All of their expressions became solemn when they thought about it. The woman in a white dress gazed at Yi Xian, who resided in the bamboo house, and she spoke softly. He gave Shanlin the Grand Tao Origin crystals right in front of us, because he wants to tell us that he wants obedient people. Only obedient people have Grand Tao Origin crystals. As she spoke, she glanced at the others. Those with backbone can leave right now. However, not a single one of them moved. Leave. They wouldn't leave even if they were beaten to death. The woman in a white dress spoke indifferently. Since you refuse to leave, then set your position and state of mind right. As she spoke, she walked towards the bamboo house. All of them gazed at her with slight bewilderment, and wondered what she intended to do. She walked over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at her while she gazed at Yi Xian. She bent down and whispered a few words into Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian remained silent for a moment, before he withdrew a Grand Tao origin crystal, and passed it to the woman in a white dress. The pseudo-intent realm experts by the lake instantly erupted into an uproar when they witnessed this scene. He gave it to her just like that? The eyes of the pseudo-intent realm experts opened wide, and their faces were covered in disbelief. There's something going on behind the scenes. There's definitely some sort of secret trade. The pseudo-intent realm experts gazed at Yi Xian from the lake, and their gazes had become strange. Could it be that young Master Yi is lustful? Lustful. Meanwhile, another woman walked towards Yi Xian. The woman was very beautiful. She wore a bright red dress, and her figure was exquisite and voluptuous. She was like a ripe peach that was extremely alluring. The woman walked over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at her and was about to speak when she suddenly revealed a charming smile and said, "Young Master Yi, let's go somewhere else?" Go somewhere else? A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. What for? The woman smiled delicately and said, "Young Master Yi, I can do everything that woman from before could do. Not only can I do it, but I can even do it better than her." Yi Xian blinked. "Have you misunderstood something?" The woman blinked, and her smile grew even more ambiguous. "I haven't. Young Master Yi, let's go somewhere else? I'll make it comfortable for you." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Are you trying to seduce me?" The woman smiled delicately and said, "Young Master Yi, would you be seduced by me?" Yi Xian sized her up. Needless to say, her figure really wasn't bad. A peerless stunner. Seeing that Yi Xian was sizing her up, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. She gently pulled up her shirt, and in an instant, a snow-white patch appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. Nonsense. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and flicked his sleeves. "How can I, Yi Xian, be that kind of person? Don't insult me." The woman was stunned. At that moment, she suddenly turned around and saw a woman standing behind her. Destiny Law. Ming. At that moment, Ming had reached Intent Realm. A true Intent Realm. Ming looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled and said, "Ming, you're here." Ming calmly said, "I won't disturb you, right?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Why would I? You know that I'm not that kind of person." Ming glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at the woman. "Go outside." The woman did not dare to act rashly. One had to know that the person in front of her had reached Intent Realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Intent Realm powerhouse. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Ming and the other laws of the universe had been nurtured by God Yi. Their strength and knowledge, especially their control of time, was something that even some Intent Realm powerhouses couldn't compare to. The woman respectfully withdrew. Ming looked at Yi Xian. He left. Yi Xian nodded. Ming nodded slightly, glanced outside, and then said, "You want them to attain Intent Realm?" Yi Xian nodded. "We need more helpers." Ming said solemnly, "I'm afraid they'll escape your control." Yi Xian smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Ming was about to speak when a woman suddenly appeared here. It was the Law of Time. At that moment, the Law of Time had attained Intent Realm as well. The Law of Time said solemnly, "The seal is about to disappear." "It's about to disappear." Yi Xian frowned. "So soon?" The Law of Time nodded. Ming suddenly said, "Let's go take a look." With that, the three of them vanished from the bamboo house. Seeing Yi Xian and the others vanish, the false Intent Realm powerhouses outside looked at each other, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. At that moment, an old man suddenly said, "Everyone, what the young lady said just now is right. We must correct our position and mentality, otherwise, we'll never be able to obtain young Master Yi's help. Moreover, with all due respect, there are many Intent Realm powerhouses around young Master Yi. To him, we can be said to be dispensable. Especially now, we're probably of no value to him. Only by attaining Intent Realm will we be of value to young Master Yi. But the prerequisite is that we first attain Intent Realm." Everyone fell silent. The old man continued. "In any case, the old man is prepared to follow young Master Yi." Many experts in the surroundings had decided in their hearts as well. Yi Xian and the others arrived at the sealed starry sky once more. At the exit of the alternate dimension, Yixian noticed that the sword qi left behind by his big brother had become so illusory that it was almost transparent. It was about to disappear. Besides that, the runes left behind by God Yi were becoming fainter and fainter. The seal was about to disappear as well. Ming said in a deep voice, "In a month at most, the seal here will disappear completely. At that time, the alternate dimensional people will be able to enter our universe without fear." A month. Yixian's expression was gloomy, and he did not say anything. The law of life suddenly said, "What do you plan to do?" Ming was about to speak, but at that moment, the pitch-black vortex in the distance suddenly trembled violently. Soon, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the black vortex. An alternate dimensional person. Yixian and the others looked at the alternate dimensional person, who spoke in a hoarse voice. "God Yi, I heard that you have many backers, is that true?" Yixian quickly shook his head. "No, I don't have any backers. I, Yixian, have never relied on anyone." Ming glanced at Yixian with an odd look on his face. At that moment, the alternate dimensional person said, "We've already investigated you. According to what we know, after you reincarnated, you had a younger sister and a father. The two of them are your biggest backers." Hearing that, Yixian was stunned at first. Then his expression changed greatly. He said in horror, What are you trying to do? Don't go looking for them. I, Yixian, will take responsibility for my actions alone. If you have any problems, come at me. Don't go looking for them, do you hear me?" The alternate dimensional person said indifferently, "It's too late." Yixian blinked. The next moment, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he roared, "Don't hurt my father and my sister. I beg you, don't hurt them. I beg you." Ming was speechless. P.S. Today is Brother Rongrua's birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. I originally wanted to add more chapters, but I really couldn't do anything about it. Recently I've been studying, and the time I have to write every day is too little. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. I never lie. I'm really studying. End of this chapter. Chapter 1680. Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't my master too good at acting? Looking for the man in green and the woman in plain dress? This master is probably eager for this alien to find them. Ming glanced at Yixian. In fact, she was a little impressed by Yixian. His acting was too amazing. In the distance, the alien suddenly said, "God Yi, if you don't want them to die, then kill yourself." Kill himself. Evidently, this alien was still afraid of Yixian awakening. Yixian said in a deep voice, "Will you let my father and my sister Qing, or go if I kill myself?" The alien replied, "Yes." Yixian glanced at the alien. "Why should I believe you?" The alien sneered. "Do you have a choice?" Yixian glared at the alien. "I don't believe you," the alien said. "Then wait to collect your father and sister's corpses." Yixian said fiercely, "What? Are you a sore loser? Afraid that I'll awaken? You're using my family to threaten me?" The alien said, "What a joke. God Yi, we're your enemies. Why can't we use your family to threaten you?" Yixian angrily said, "Despicable." The alien shook his head. "God Yi, I'll give you one last chance. If you kill yourself now, we can let this universe, your father, and your sister go." Yixian clenched his fists. His expression was ferocious, and he looked extremely furious. At that moment, the alien suddenly said, "Wait to collect their corpses." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The black vortex returned to its calm state. At that moment, Yixian's expression also returned to normal. Ming suddenly said, "Will they go find your father and sister?" Yixian shrugged. "If this alien's IQ is like this, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of." Ming was speechless. A moment later, the three of them left. The three of them returned to the lakeside hut. At that moment, the pseudo-intent realm expert stood in front of Yixian. The old man in the lead respectfully bowed to Yixian. "Young Master Yi, we are willing to follow you." Yixian glanced at the old man and the others and smiled. "No rush. Think carefully. With that, he brought Ming and Ming into the bamboo hut. Outside the bamboo hut, the old man and the others were stunned. Inside the bamboo hut, Yixian and the others sat. Yixian looked at the law of time. How about Nian Nian and Tu? Time shook her head. Unable. Yixian said. Yi Yixian Yi. The time laws of nature nodded. No news at all. Yixian's face fell. Why couldn't he contact her? The time law of time suddenly said. You don't have to worry about them. With their strength, few in this universe can hurt them. Yi Lord. Yi Yixian said. Dan Yi God. Yi. No matter what, try to contact them. Yixian said. One more thing. From now on, we will start recruiting. The law of time looked at Yixian. Recruiting? Yixian nodded. Recruiting the top powerhouses in the universe. God-slaying and pseudo-intent realm experts. The time law asked solemnly, will they come? Yixian smiled. He opened his palm, and a great Tao source crystal appeared in his hand. Use this move. Time said. How many do you have? Yixian smiled. Quite a lot. Time said. If there are too many intent realm experts, I'm afraid we will lose control. Ming nodded. Like these people outside. If they all reach intent realm, I'm afraid they will turn against us. At that time, we will suffer a double loss. Yixian turned his head and glanced at the pseudo-mentality realm powerhouses outside the door. Let me handle this. Ming looked at Yixian. All right. Yixian said. Ming, help me contact the Undying Imperial Clan. Have their top powerhouses come here. He naturally would not forget the Undying Imperial Clan. With such good resources, he naturally had to prioritize the Undying Imperial Clan. Ming nodded. All right. Yixian said. I will go into seclusion for a while. Ming suddenly said. Wait. With that, she stood up and disappeared. Soon she appeared again. This time, there was a woman by her side. Life Law. Her life law had also reached intent realm. Ming looked at Yixian. Let her accompany you. Yixian smiled. All right. He knew that Ming was afraid those people outside would harm him. Ming stood up. She didn't know that ordinary intent realm experts were utterly helpless against Yixian. His drawing technique was entirely capable of killing intent realm experts. Not to mention that these people outside were only at pseudo-intent realm. Of course, if they attacked him together, then he would still be unable to defeat them. There were too many of them. A short while later, Ming and the time laws left. Yixian entered Xiao Ta instead. Fortunately, his father hadn't taken Xiao Ta with him, because Xiao Ta was still very helpful to him right now. Yixian glanced at the surroundings and said, Xiao Ta, you don't seem to want to go with your father. Xiao Ta chuckled. It's not that I don't want to go with Master. Master wants me to stay and help you. Yixian said, help me with what? Xiao Ta spoke with a serious expression. Young Master, don't underestimate me. I have trump cards and killer moves. Yixian was instantly curious. What trump cards and killer moves? Xiao Ta said, it's a secret. Yixian was speechless. Xiao Ta said again, young Master, really? Think about it. I've been with Master for so many years. Do you think I don't have any killer moves? Yixian said. Then why were you captured by Xiao Dao? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yixian smiled. You can't bear to use it? Xiao Ta nodded quickly. Yes. I can't bear to use it. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and opened his palm. The beast god's arm appeared in his hand. Yixian looked at the beast god's arm in his hand. After a long silence, he suddenly put his finger together, and a drop of blood fell on the beast god's arm. However, there was no reaction. Yixian frowned. Why was there no reaction? Was there not enough blood? Yixian was about to pour more blood when a voice suddenly sounded from the beast god's arm. Don't waste blood. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Senior Beast God? The voice from the beast god's arm sounded again. It's me. Yixian cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Beast God. The beast god said, with your current strength, you can't control my strength and the two dragons' strength. If you force it, you might explode and die. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is it that terrifying? The beast god said. Not to mention my strength. Even the two dragons' strength is difficult for you to control. However, you can try. Yi Xian said with a smile. All right. Senior, please teach me. At this time, the beast god's arm turned into a black light and entered Yi Xian's arm. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's entire body trembled violently. He felt like his right arm was about to be torn apart, and it was excruciating pain. The beast god's voice sounded again. Endure it. Yi Xian nodded. Although it was very painful, it was nothing for a body cultivator like him who trained his body. A short while later, the beast god's arm fused completely with Yi Xian's right arm. The beast god said, Feel it. Yi Xian nodded, and then he suddenly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the two dragons on his right arm suddenly started circling along the beast god's arm. Boom. The entire Xiaota trembled. Power. At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely terrifying power in his right arm. Meanwhile, the beast god suddenly said, This is the strength of the two dragons. You can bring out around 50% of their strength now. 50%. Yi Xian blinked. Only 50%? The beast god said. Too little? Yi Xian nodded. It's a little. The beast god said. Don't think it's too little. At your current realm, you can bring out 50% of their strength. That's already very terrifying. If you want to bring out their full strength, you need to at least attain the intent realm. Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, how much of your strength can I bring out? The beast god was silent for a moment, then said, Not even 10%. Not even 10%. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, Not even 10%? The beast god laughed. You don't believe me? Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior's strength far exceeds the intent realm? The beast god laughed. You can say so. Yi Xian was curious. Senior, how do you compare to my father? The beast god was very frank. I can't beat him. I can't beat him. Yi Xian was about to speak when the beast god said, Your father is very strong, much stronger than you. Yi Xian's face darkened. The beast god laughed. Of course, you're still very young. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, then asked, Senior, do you know God Yi? The beast god said, I don't, but I've heard of his great name. Yi Xian said with a smile, Name? The beast god smiled. Yes, he's a very terrifying person. You might not know this, but he once killed a powerhouse who had surpassed the intent realm. He wiped him out. Wiped out a powerhouse who had surpassed the intent realm. Yi Xian did not say anything. He knew that God Ye's strength was even more terrifying than he imagined. Moreover, even Ah Ming and the others did not fully understand Yi Xian. The beast god said, In fact, with his strength it's impossible for the alien race to kill him, but he still fell. There's something fishy about this. At that moment, Yi Xian thought of Dao Yi. Kong Mi had previously investigated and found out that there were 3 reasons for God Ye's fall. The most important reason was Dao Yi. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, Senior, why are you in this arm guard? The beast god smiled. It's a tragic story. It's a long story, so I won't tell you. Yi Xian was speechless. The beast god suddenly said, I have a set of techniques here. Are you interested? Yi Xian quickly asked, What kind of techniques? The beast god said, Beast god technique. Yi Xian asked again, Is it powerful? The beast god laughed. It's all right. The main thing is that it suits you because you're a physical cultivator. If you use it with the beast god's arm, you'll become even stronger. That's because the beast god technique can greatly increase your strength for a short period of time. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, By how much? The beast god said, At least 5 times. 5 times. Yi Xian was stunned, then immediately said, Learn. With the beast god technique, wouldn't his sword drawing technique easily surpass 100 strikes? Chapter 1681. He could stack 100 sword drawing techniques at the moment. Moreover, these 100 sword drawing techniques were enough to pose a lethal threat to an intent realm expert. According to his estimations, if he could stack 130 sword drawing techniques, then he would have a chance to instantly kill an intent realm expert. Before this, it was completely impossible. But now, with the Beast God technique, he would have a chance to stack 130 sword drawing techniques. Besides that, he could also borrow the strength of the Beast God's arms. Both the Beast God's arms and the Beast God technique were meant to support the sword drawing techniques. Yi Xian started learning the Beast God technique right away. He learned it extremely quickly with the Beast God's guidance. During the process of learning the injury method, Yi Xian was slightly shocked, because he realized that the Beast God method was truly too domineering. It wasn't for human studies at all. When he realized this, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Sir, is it really okay for me to learn this?" The Beast God said, "It's fine." Yi Xian said, "It isn't for human studies, right?" The Beast God said, "It really isn't for human studies." Yi Xian blinked. "Then I'll learn." The Beast God laughed. "You aren't an ordinary person." Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and continued cultivating. One day later, Yi Xian had completely comprehended the Beast God technique under the Beast God's guidance. The Beast God said, "Try circulating this technique now." Yi Xian nodded, and then he closed his eyes slowly. In an instant, the blood in his body boiled, and then a powerful force surged out from his body like an erupting volcano. At this moment, Xiao Tao was trembling. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young master, take it easy. Don't cripple me." "Yi Xian," the Beast God suddenly said, "how do you feel?" Yi Xian glanced at his hands and said, "I feel like my entire body is filled with strength." The Beast God said, "When the Beast God's secret art is combined with the Beast God's arm, the power will multiply." Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at his right hand. At this moment, he had a feeling that he could fight Arya head-on. Of course, it couldn't be stronger. Arya's physical strength was definitely the strongest in the world. In terms of physical strength and defense, even the Beast God might not be able to beat her. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly left Xiao Tao. Yi Xian arrived at a dead and silent starry sky. There was no life in this part of the starry sky. It was a star field that was dying. Yi Xian looked around and opened his palm. A sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. Sword Spirit. This was left to him by his father before he left. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly circulated the Beast God incantation and drew his sword. Buzz! A sword hell suddenly resounded in this part of the starry sky. Boom! As Yi Xian's sword descended, the entire star field started to be annihilated inch by inch. It wasn't just this star field. Even the time dimension of this star field was annihilated. And Yi Xian became extremely weak. Extremely weak. This sword seemed to have sapped all his strength. At this moment, the Beast God suddenly said, "The power of your sword technique is very strong." Yi Xian grinned. "I created it myself. It's just average." The Beast God was slightly doubtful. "You created it yourself?" Yi Xian nodded. The Beast God fell silent for a moment, then said, "I underestimated you." Yi Xian laughed. At this moment, the Beast God said, "I was talking about my face." Yi Xian's smile froze. The Beast God said, "You didn't use the Beast God's arm just now, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I didn't." The Beast God said, "That's right. If you use the Beast God's arm, your sword technique should be even stronger. But your body and divine sense will not be able to withstand it." Yi Xian nodded. "That's what I'm worried about. Senior, do you have any way to improve my body and divine sense?" The Beast God was silent for a moment, then said, "It's difficult, because your body was tempered by that little girl's blood. Unless you have a beast's blood stronger than hers, it will be very difficult for you to have a substantial breakthrough." Yi Xian said softly, "That means I've reached a bottleneck." The Beast God said, "Yes, you can improve yourself through battle. Find a strong opponent, and keep breaking through your limits." Opponent? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and left. Lakeside, in front of the bamboo house. Yi Xian had just returned to the lakeside when he saw a familiar face. Yasushi Higashi. Yi Xian smiled when he saw Yasushi Higashi, clan leader. Yasushi Higashi looked Yi Xian up and down, then shook his head. I can't see through you anymore. Yi Xian smiled. Clan leader, how many people from my undying imperial clan are here? Yasushi Higashi said 6. Yi Xian thought about it, then took out 12 great Tao origin crystals, and handed them to Yasushi Higashi. Yasushi Higashi and the others' cultivation levels were on the lower side, so it would be much more difficult for them to break through to Intent Realm than those pseudo-intent realms. As long as those pseudo-intent realms had no impurities, they were basically just short of great Tao origin Qi. Yasushi Higashi and the others were different. They were not pseudo-intent realms. Yasushi Higashi did not refuse and put the great Tao origin crystals away. Yi Xian said, Clan leader, this was the bamboo house that God Yi left behind. There are many insights about martial arts inside. You can stay here and cultivate. If you encounter any problems, you can ask Ming and the others. Yasushi Higashi nodded. All right. Meanwhile, an old man outside the door spoke abruptly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian turned around and the old man bowed respectfully. Young Master Yi, we've thought it through, and we're willing to follow you. Yi Xian smiled. Have you thought it through? The old man hurriedly said. Yes. Don't worry, young Master Yi, we've made up our minds. Yi Xian glanced at the others behind the old man, and they hurriedly bowed as well. Yi Xian stood up, glanced at them, and then said, If all of you are willing to follow me, then I'll do my best to help all of you attain intent or even above it. However, let me warn you beforehand. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone goes back on their word. The old man hurriedly said, We won't. The others nodded successively to display that they wouldn't. Yi Xian smiled. Welcome to the Cosmos Court. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a few hundred great Tao origin crystals appeared there. The gazes of the pseudo-intent realm experts instantly burned with desire when they saw these great Tao origin crystals. Yi Xian gestured with his finger, and the great Tao origin crystals descended before them. Yi Xian said, I hope all of you attain intent as soon as possible. All the pseudo-intent realm experts immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, young Master Yi. Meanwhile, the life law suddenly spoke via voice transmission. I'm slightly worried. Yi Xian gazed at the life law and smiled. It's fine. The life law gazed at Yi Xian. If they attain intent and join forces, then you might not necessarily be able to control them. Yi Xian smiled. Intent doesn't represent invincibility. It doesn't represent that it's the end. The life law asked, What if they go back on their word? Yi Xian grinned. Kill. The life law didn't speak, because she noticed that she was slightly unable to see through Yi Xian. The current Yi Xian's strength had already become a mystery after following his father for a period of time. Yi Xian looked up at the depths of the starry sky and softly said, I wonder if the other dimensional people have gone to find father and Qing, or the life law blinked. They probably won't, right? Yi Xian laughed. Who knows? Saying so, he looked at the life law. Are you interested in taking a trip to the other dimensional world? The life law's expression sank. Don't be impulsive. Yi Xian smiled. We'll have to face it sooner or later, won't we? The life law still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian directly grabbed her hand. Let's go. Saying so, he disappeared on the spot with the life law. Soon, Yi Xian and the life law arrived in front of the black vortex. At this time, the seal was getting weaker and weaker. It won't be long before these seals completely disappear. Yi Xian looked at the black vortex and smiled. Are you afraid? The life law's expression was calm. No. Yi Xian laughed. Then let's go. Saying so, he directly entered the black vortex with the life law. The moment they entered the black vortex, Yi Xian and the life law entered a strange transmission channel. Yi Xian looked around, and at this time, the life law suddenly said, The passage to the other dimensional world was opened by the other dimensional world in the past. Yi Xian said, Did you have much contact with the other dimensional people? The life law shook her head. Master had a lot of contact with them. Saying so, she paused, then said, There was also Dao Yi. Dao Yi. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In fact, he had another purpose in coming here, and that was to inquire about Dao Yi. In his opinion, Dao Yi should not have had such a miserable ending. Soon the two completely disappeared at the end of the transmission channel. In an unknown starry sky, the starry sky was deathly silent. This universe was not the one Yi Xian was in. Suddenly, the entire starry sky began to tremble. Gradually, the starry sky began to undulate like boiling water. Soon, several phantoms appeared in the starry sky. These phantoms did not originate from space, but from the time dimension. Other dimensional people. Following the appearance of these people, the time dimension of the starry sky suddenly became stronger, and the space of the starry sky began to be unable to withstand it. That was because the power of these people was too strong. After they appeared, they swept their eyes across their surroundings. In the next instant, they disappeared into the horizon of the starry sky. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had passed through dozens of starfields. Not long after, they stopped. Not far from the end of the starry sky in front of them, there was a woman in a plain dress. That was the purpose of their trip. They were still quite afraid of God Yi, so they wanted to use Yi Xian's close relatives to threaten Yi Xian. Originally, as the seal was not lifted, they could not reach Yi Xian's universe. However, they did not expect that the woman in the plain dress would actually leave that starry sky. From their point of view, this was simply the heavens helping them. At this time, the leader of the other dimensional people suddenly said, "This woman is not particularly weak. We cannot be careless." P.S. Chapter 1682. The plainly dressed woman turned around and looked at the distant alien dimensional people with a calm expression. At this time, the alien dimensional people suddenly appeared several dozen zhang in front of her. The leader of the alien dimensional people said in a hoarse voice, "You are very calm." The plainly dressed woman did not reply. At this time, the leader of the alien dimensional people said, "Woman, why are you so calm?" The plainly dressed woman sized up the leader of the alien dimensional people. Alien dimensional people? The leader of the alien dimensional people nodded. Yes. The plainly dressed woman shook her head. So ugly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly slashed with her sword. A sword light flashed across the battlefield. On the battlefield, the several extra-dimensional people were directly wiped out. Instant kill. The plainly dressed woman turned around and left. Not long after, the plainly dressed woman disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Following the departure of the plainly dressed woman, the starry sky in the battlefield began to dissipate bit by bit. That sword strike didn't just kill those extra-dimensional people. It even destroyed the entire star domain. Alien dimension. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian and the law of life finally arrived at the alien dimension. Yi Xian looked around. This alternate dimension was indeed a little different from the universe he came from. The structure of the universe space here was very strange. Many spaces overlapped and folded. Visually speaking, it looked a little messy. The law of life looked around and said, "The space of this world is very firm." Yi Xian sensed it. Just as the law of life said, the space here was indeed very firm. Even with his strength, he did not have the confidence to shake this space. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared not far from the two of them. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian's expression sank. He recognized this woman. She was Dao Yi's younger sister, Agu. Agu looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with coldness. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Agu suddenly sneered. "I never thought that a lowly human like you would dare to come to the alien dimension." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Agu's expression changed. She clenched her right hand and in an instant, she entered the time dimension. However, as Yi Xian slashed down with his sword bang, Agu's entire person directly flew out upside down. This sword wasn't able to destroy Agu's time dimension, but it was still able to heavily injure him. As soon as Agu stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of her and grabbed her by the throat. "Where is Dao Yi's real body?" Agu looked at Yi Xian resentfully. "You lowly person." Yi Xian suddenly grabbed him by the throat and slammed him on his knee. Boom. Agu's figure shook violently, and then a miserable and shrill cry resounded. Yi Xian released his hand and stepped on Agu's face, his expression cold. Where is Dao Yi's main body? Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes, Agu was a little afraid. Her instincts told her that the human in front of her would kill her. Right at this moment, Yi Xian slapped Agu on the face. Pa! A slap suddenly resounded in the surroundings. The entire right side of Agu's face swelled up. Yi Xian looked at Agu. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Dao Yi's main body? Agu glanced at Yi Xian with slight fear, and then she said in a trembling voice, In Mount Meru. Yi Xian said, Take me there. Agu hurriedly nodded. Okay. At this moment, the law of life suddenly said, I'm afraid it's a trap. Yi Xian glanced at Agu. It's fine. If it's a trap, then kill her first. Agu. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of heir, and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he is crippled or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied. Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of heir. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What is your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You are very good. After I become the heir, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. I will go through fire and water for the heir, and I will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you butting in for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, and I am willing to die 10,000 times. Yilang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yilang did not stop there, and charged toward Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yiling, seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.